Hello, chat. Hello, Julie. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I didn't know what games to play today. So I figured we would just like talk about random stuff. I didn't know what games to play, so I figured we'd just talk about random stuff. So we just chatting? Yeah. So I have 2 different things that I want to do. One of them is watch the state of play and just react to it, because I didn't watch it live last night. I know a couple of things they announced, but I didn't really watch it. And then the other one is the Overwatch Spotlight video, which I feel like I have a lot more to say about and talk about, because I feel like I have a lot more of a finger on the pulse of Overwatch. So I feel like I have more to say about that. So I'm going to watch the Overwatch one next, and I'm going to watch... What's up, Luigi? I'm going to watch the state of play first. Okay, starting off strong. Monster Hunter.
I had no idea just how big the world is.
Oh my god. Whoa, what? Is that a 4-armed dragon? I mean, it's missing one of them, but like, is that a 4-armed dragon? Yeah, my cat will not be able to talk. I'm telling you right now, my cat, his voice is being turned off. I'm clipping his vocal cords. He will not be able to talk in my game.
Stand witness to how its existence unfolds.
Oh, there's that fucker. Whoa, what was that guy? That guy was huge. Holy shit. The first free update. Mizusune. Do you play some mobile games? If so, you should play Twisted Wonderland. It's fun and some characters similar to Disney villains. I think I've heard of that game. I haven't thought about that game in forever though. But I do have a friend who plays Twisted Wonderland. The over trailer was hype. Not gonna spoil anything, but the new systems they're implementing is either gonna fix everything or ruin it more. It will be first. Also, they added a feature to revert cats back to meowing in games. The bubbles are back. Yep.
皆様に楽しんでいただけることを心よりお待ちしております。本日の発表は以上となります。 引き続きステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
I wasn't listening, but yes. Sega.
Forged to unleash vengeance. More than a weapon, it is the soul of a shinobi.
I forget what this game's called, but I think I know what this game is. I don't want to say it because it would be embarrassing if I confuse it with another game. I'll just tell you guys whether I was right or whether I was wrong.
Soaring where others would not dare. Striking with lethal precision.
It's got sort of like a Hades meets Shovel Knight vibe as far as like the art style goes.
Each weapon a tool. Each tool a part of
The
the
Twisted
whole.
Wonderland anime is coming soon
This is the mastery
in
of
October.
shinobi.
Nice.
The legend continues.
Shinobi? Yeah, that's not what I thought it was. Would you guys laugh if I told you that the first thing that popped in my head was a Yu-Gi-Oh card archetype? Shiranui. Sonic Racing? Okay, we've already heard a little bit about this game. But I guess this is like our first actual look at it. Call me crazy, but this is legitimately just like Mario Circuit or whatever. Like, am I crazy? Like the first bend and even like the up ramp, that's like the Mario Kart 8 Mario Circuit. Okay, now it's different, but like... So here's my thing. I don't think the Sonic Racer game is going to be extremely popular. I think it'll sell well, but I don't think it's gonna be extremely popular. But here's what I wish. I wish there was like a mainstream competitor to Mario Kart. I really do. I wish there was like something that Mario Kart could like compete with, you know what I mean?
Break free. Become unbound from the laws that govern reality.
You played something similar to the Sonic Racing games? It was a Sonic theme, but
An apocalypse looms
you don't know
over
what the game was
parallel
called?
worlds.
Sonic Riders was probably what it was.
Intertwine.
The Sonic Racing games are
To alter destiny begins.
never
On a
too
journey
popular.
alongside gods,
It's sad
heroes,
because they're usually
and
good. Yeah.
monsters of bygone eras. The anomalies known as Digimon.
Oh shit. Katzen joined the stream. It's Digimon. Digimon mentioned. Digimon mentioned, chat.
Seize the future
Hold up. I have something for this.
together. The story of a bond that transcends time.
"大家好，我是《输入之魂》的创作者杨斌。从一名独立开发者到今天与 PlayStation 携手，这一路走来已历经10年。
Hold up. I don't got time for Chinese. This is what I think of whenever I think of Digimon. Gabumon died for our sins. Now all the fossil fighters need is fossil fighters. That was rude. Let me explain, because I feel like you don't understand what I just said. I'm looking for the Digimon thing. I don't have time to read the Chinese subtitles. Any further questions, or you just want to eat a timeout? Like.
接下来，我非常激动地向大家展示全新的游戏预告，并正式确认游戏的发布日期。
Dude, I swear to God, I saw this last night. And I thought this was like, I low-key thought this was the Honkai Star Rail logo. Does it not kind of look like the Honkai Star Rail logo, but with like some Chinese on it?
I keep having the same
You good with Miji?
a horrible dream where monsters invade our world. A powerful being falls from the sky. And when it seems they might...
But no, like, am I crazy though? Like, does it not look like it? Like, I low-key thought they were announcing the Fate collab.
The dream ends. Is this really just a dream?
This may sound controversial, chat, but I think the most interesting collabs with games... I'll let this play while I'm yapping. I think the most interesting collabs in games are where when you get some of the rewards for playing, like, say, Honkai Star Rail, but if you wanted all the Fate crossover rewards, you would have to download Fate and play Fate, and then use a code they give you in the Fate game to get all the rewards. I always think it's interesting when games do that, and where it's not just like, oh, we're collabing with this game or whatever, but they actually actively make you play the other game if you want all the rewards. I always think that's interesting.
A destiny waiting to be fulfilled.
Dude, what the heck?
Let me be your vengeance.
Hold up. Why is it getting so grainy? What is the quality here?
Wanted to be a hero, but for humanity's sake, you must.
Then give me your power, Arena.
I don't even know what to say about this. I feel like it's got like so many inspirations from so many different like things. I don't even know how to feel about it. I would need to see a gameplay trailer of this to really figure out what I think about it.
Today from partners around the world, starting with news from the Like a Dragon series. First up, a playable demo of Like a Dragon: Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii arrives on PS5 this Friday. Players could try out 2 battle styles, including Goro Majima's new Seedon style, as well as engage in naval battles at the Pirates Coliseum.
Dude, what the fuck is going on in the Yakuza games?
Sega and Mint Rocket join forces in Ichiban's Holiday, a new crossover DLC coming to Dave the Diver. Ichiban Kasuga and other Like a Dragon characters team up to thwart a gang of troublemakers.
Okay, here's my question. Is Dave the Diver an indie... I'll stop pausing it. Is Dave the Diver an indie game? Because if it is, like, it's getting a lot of collaborations with other stuff.
The Splitgate 2 alpha begins February 27th on PS5.
Yeah, this looks boring as hell.
Use portals and futuristic physics to dominate the arena and play
It legitimately just looks like Apex with portals, but like all the characters look like Warframe characters. I mean, this is probably amazing for somebody, but like I don't like Apex, so I don't think I would like this. It's sort of kind of indie.
To give you an exclusive first look in the future of the WWE
Paul,
2K franchise.
I confused Paul Heyman with Paul Bearer for a second. Okay, let me just get. I need to pause to explain this. I confused Paul Heyman with Paul Bearer for a second. For those of you who don't know, Paul Bearer was a Paul Bearer. That was his whole gimmick. And he used to always be teamed up with like Kane or The Undertaker, or sometimes people who were not Kane or The Undertaker if he was opposing Kane and The Undertaker. So Paul Bearer is dead, like actually in real life dead. And so when I saw Paul on the screen, I thought that they like brought Paul Bearer back to life through like CGI or whatever for a second, but like no, it was a different Paul.
The island. With the
No!
filled with WWE themed landmarks.
Okay, let me explain this for you guys real quick. Drew Goodman did a very good. I need to pause for this one too. Drew Goodman did a very good video explaining like how modern video games just want to waste your time. And then in one of the NBA 2K games, I think not the most recent one, but the second most recent one, they did this bullshit at where they had like NBA City or whatever it was called. I don't play the NBA games, so I don't know. And they had like NBA City, and they had a giant city that was designed just to waste your time. And so what you had to do is like, say you wanted to, do a basketball game, you had to run on foot through this giant GTA city to go do a basketball game. Say you wanted to change your outfit or whatever, you had to run across the city to go change your outfit. So I have a fear that this is exactly what that is. The NBA 2K City, at where you're going to be running through this whole Wrestle Island, and to do anything, you're going to have to navigate this giant hub world. And it's just going to be wasting your fucking time. So, that's my fear. That, like, I'm just putting it out there. That's what I'm worried about. I hope that this is just like a cool homage to like other wrestlers and stuff like that. But I really, really do fear that this is just going to be more of the NBA problem, the NBA 2K problem, at where it's going to be a giant hub world in which to do anything, because there's no menus in this game, you got to run around this big godforsaken city. This is also this game is also made by 2K people who made NBA 2K. I'm just putting this out there. They're going to trick you into thinking that this is a really cool city, but I feel like it's a bait and switch of like, yeah, it's a really cool city for like the first 5 minutes, but then, past the, like around the 10 or 15, 30 minute hour mark, you're going to be like, can I just play the fucking game? That's what I'm worried about.
Quests, live events, and shops with up to 50 other
No, I was right.
The island also offers deep custom.
No, I was right. That's exactly what this is. I was right.
Giving players the chance to personalize their My Superstars like never before. As the first
God damn it.
time for the franchise, the island is not just an addition, it's a bold step toward the future. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the island.
Then I need to make this it so the city is optional. Borderlands 4, I'm gonna be honest with you, like I'm not excited for Borderlands 4 at all.
Randy from Gearbox. And I'm Randy from Gearbox. And you know why we're here. We're here for you. Are you ready? It's 2025.
I really don't give a shit about Borderlands 4.
To the launch of Borderlands
I liked 1, I liked 2.
go.
I don't even remember 3. Like when they announced Borderlands 4, I was like, wait, what about 3? Because I totally forgot 3 existed. Okay, is it just me? Is it just me, or does the game look kind of muted? Like, this is a bad example, but like one of the earlier shots. Let me give you an example. Like here, for example, this is also not a great example, but there was that first room that they showed. I don't know if we've already passed it or not, but like it looked the room looked really dark. It looks like if you combine Borderlands with Call of Duty, because you know how everything in Call of Duty is all muted and stuff. It kind of looks like that. Okay, let me just. Ooh. Like, look at this. Like, I can't even tell you what we're looking at back here. Because this is so dark. I mean, that's like a minor nitpick, but like... It just... Parts of this world just look extremely dark. What even is the plot of Borderlands at this point? And you trying to find vaults? I mean, I know that, but because I know like the Handsome Jack trilogy's over.
Going to break free for a special state of play this spring, focused exclusively on Borderlands 4.
And we're diving deep, you guys. Join us. Borderlands 4, state of play for combat, vault hunters, action skills, exploration and discovery, everything. You're gonna see more guns than you can even count.
All on PlayStation 5, but Randy, do you have anything else for us?
I think I do, Randy.
Well, what is it? Don't hold out on me, Randy.
I'll feed you, baby bird. Who wants a launch date for Borderlands 4?
This Randy.
Well, Borderlands 4 launches worldwide for everyone on September 23rd, 2025.
We got work to do.
See you in spring.
Okay. Oh, I know what this is. This is one of those games at where like
Look, I don't mean to be
it's like a
rude,
two-player co-op game.
but I really don't
This
think
was
that's
at the
all.
Game Awards.
Nice to meet you too.
So basically, one of them's a sci-fi person, one of them's like a fantasy person,
Want to go through more of your crazy stories? My crazy stories.
and they basically been tricked by
Don't start to trust each other.
Mark
How do you
Zuckerberg to get their
trust?
ideas sucked out of an idea
I
machine.
kind of need yours.
2, 1.
I took inspiration for this story from when me and my sister were younger.
Look at all of this. It's amazing. I base the story around my dad. All I can do is write this silly story. Oh, we'll face it together. We got this.
Yeah.
That was a chunky dragon.
Follow my lead. Are you for real, Zoe? I wrote it when I was a kid. What sort of devil child were you?
Hands above your head.
What now? Ah, I did not sign up for this. Brace yourself, Zoe!
Okay, so like, this may just be me, but they sound kind of annoying. But I just think that this may be some bad cuts.
Status report. Looks like it penetrated through there. We need to inspect the hull damage.
It doesn't like okay, like let me explain what I meant. I don't think it looked bad. It just like it seemed like every single shot that we saw, it was just them yelling at something or yelling about something. And so that gives you the assumption that like in every single scene they're just yelling, which I don't think is the case. I think those are just like the more action-packed scenes, and so they showed those. But they just so happen to be scenes where people are also yelling. That's what I think it is.
Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too good either. What is that?
You feeling all right?
My body's going one way and my mind's going another.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's so hard to do like space in an interesting way. I think Starfield's the best example of where they worked on that game for like 20 years and it still fucking sucked.
Do you think Williams knows more about this substance than he's letting on? You can't take any chances with him.
It can manipulate its physical appearance. It's changing its cellular structure. It's replicating the human form. It's replacing us.
Okay, so it's just the Thing, but in space.
To hear. But if you're still out there, you deserve the truth.
Directive 8020. Okay, is it just me? Because I know this actress. I don't know what her name is, but I recognize her. Are you guys also sick and tired of them trying to turn like games in the movies and trying to cram like a real world actor into a game? You know what I mean? Because I feel like that kind of takes away a little bit from the game itself. Because you're not thinking to yourself like, oh, this is Gordon Freeman, or like, oh, this is like Bayonetta. You're like, oh, this is that one actor from that one movie, but now they're in this one game. Why does this remind you of an Alien game? Because that's basically what they're going for. I mean, I think even this shot right here is like paying homage or like referencing Alien, because I'm pretty sure they have a shot like this, where you see like the xenomorph like reflected in the helmet. This is a game everyone was crying about, saying that the woman shouldn't be cut short or whatever. They're gonna put the haircut short. Okay, I think the haircut short was for two reasons. I mean, I don't know what controversy you're talking about, but one, it's so you don't have to like render like the hair moving. And two, if you're gonna be putting on these helmets, I guess it's more realistic to have short hair rather than long hair. But yeah, I don't really know anything about that controversy. That seems kind of dumb to like be mad about literal hair. Oh my god.
Has gone missing, leaving our property abandoned in his warehouse.
I did hear there's new Five Nights at Freddy game.
And retrieve the technology that he was developing for us. It's a kind of prototype endoskeleton that can adapt to any costume.
God damn it, Scott.
We suspect it may be malfunctioning, so just be aware of the slim but non-zero chance that you could sustain significant injuries while attempting to retrieve it, including but not limited to death or dismemberment. We fully expect the retrieval process to go smoothly and without incident, but just in case, we suggest you get your affairs in order before arriving.
It sort of has like a Poppy's Playtime feel to it. Was that June 13th?
Greetings from Moonhood. We're the creators of the Midnight Walk, cozy horror game created entirely in clay, where you will journey down a nightmarish highway riddled with terrors that want to devour you and your little lantern creature, Hawk Boy.
Together with your little friend, you must outsmart these terrors and bring back fire to this mad world we've handcrafted for you.
Is it just me or does it sound like they're saying terrorists? Were they saying terrors?
The burnt one woke from a deep slumber.
Fire? I'd almost forgotten how it felt. this little firecracker? I reckon you must be headed for Moon Mountain. Am I right?
Wait, so we don't play as that guy? We carry that guy around with us?
Close your eyes to make things clear.
So there's a blink mechanic? Coming May 8th. I don't know. The game definitely seems interesting, but I don't know if it's a game that I would be into.
For that updated look at the Midnight Walk. Up next, a quirky new adventure from Konami. In Darwin's Paradox, you play as Darwin, a clever octopus who finds himself dumped near a highly suspicious food processing center.
Yo, it's Octodad.
Use Darwin's natural camouflage and inking skills to escape the facility and save the world from aliens.
What?
We're excited to reveal a brand new title from Koei Tecmo Games and Omega Force. Warriors Abyss, a roguelite spin on the Warriors franchise.
So a Dynasty Warriors roguelike? Gotcha.
Descend into hell. Call on powerful allies. And experiment with tons of playstyle combinations to send the enemy hordes flying.
16 million battle styles? How'd they get that number?
A roguelite hell awaits when Warriors Abyss launches on PS5 and PS4 later today.
For whom are you working? I won't forgive you. Prepare yourself!
A PS2 era classic returns with Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny. Capcom is enhancing the original game with HD graphics and a host of quality of life features, including fine-tuned analog controls. Immerse yourself in Jubei's hard-boiled journey and fight through a world of turmoil alongside trusty allies. Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny comes to PS4 on May 23rd.
Listen, I know it's a remaster, but I know somebody's popping off right about now.
Looking to 2026, let's check out.
Wait, so just PS4, no PS5?
Latest entry in the series, Onimusha: Way of the Sword.
Okay, this makes sense. So they're remastering one, and just making a new one. Okay, gotcha. God, imagine being the stick poker guy. Imagine being the guy whose job it is just to stick poke people into the river. I wonder if that job pays well. Yo, Davy Jones? That's crazy. I wonder if Johnny Depp's in this game. What the hell is that?
ご無事で何よりです。
お前、なんだ。
Metal Gear.
Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. America is out to destroy the Shagohod.
I mean, this looks like another remaster.
The philosopher's legacy. Then they're out to kill me as well.
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother, and my master.
The Cobras will take care of him.
Do you hear me, Snake?
Whoa.
We are the sons of the boss.
I see it. The fear.
A great and terrible fury at being alive. A host of sorrows. And you are one of them.
Why'd you come back? There's nothing for you here. Go home.
Metal Gear is such a goofy series.
I still have the Shagohod and the legacy. There is nothing America can do to stop us. I'm not finished yet.
Yo, they show Okami 2. You want to see the funny doggo? I don't know if they do show Okami 2 or not, but it'd be funny if they did. What is that? Nice.
When the fury of emotions sparks the wildfire of violence, it dissolves our illusions and exposes the fragile structure of reality.
Why do I feel like this is gonna be like a robot game?
I have 1,000 questions. Why did you come back?
I stood in the home I was born in. In that moment, I felt a connection.
Epsilon 11, sound off. Where are my men?
They're gone.
Choose your next move wisely.
What the hell is that?
What happened here?
Madness and hatred and lots of it. Impossible. It's you.
What is this game?
Continue. We've begun to uncover.
Oh, hell is us. Yeah. The more I see on that game, the more I'm just like, I don't know what this game is. Liza P.
How can it be winter all of a sudden?
I'm sorry. You want to know the year? What a pleasure to meet a stalker worthy of the name. It's been far, far too long.
Oh, my forever friend. Help me to hold your hand and dance.
You're not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you?
She was looking for someone. Legendary.
I am curious, like, where do you take the Liza P story from here?
No one else could. Too many stalkers were lost to that evil.
Wait, the wolf guy's dead. Someone else put on the wolf mask? Or the hound mask, whatever he was called in that game?
I'll do whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters. Nothing else comes close, not even my life.
Because the plot was, it's like, there was that one guy who was pretending to be the Hound. He found the Hound's dead body or whatever. Took his mask, and then became the Hound, but like a fake Hound. And then there was the girl who was like, oh, the Hound, like... Did they show Okami? No. Is there another Hound? That's like the one thing I remember from Liza P. Is you had the Asian girl who was like, who made you weapons and stuff in the game. And the Hound was actually her brother, or maybe her dad, I forget. And then he was dead. And then that guy who was the Hound of the game was a fake Hound. Dude, what is this art style? It's very interesting.
We don't know where our children will put down roots.
So it's a game where you walk around with a machine gun and shoot stuff to make stuff.
Q ゲームスのクリエイティブディレクターのバイオンです。私の最新作ドリームオブサナザーはいかがだったでしょうか。破壊なくして想像はないというテーマのもと、ドリームオブサナザーではシューティングゲームの常識を覆す体験ができます。武器で傷つけたり破壊するのではなく、抽象化している散らばった世界を具体化して想像することができるのです。本作ではポイントクラウドというテクノロジーを採用し、プレイヤーは幻想的な夢の世界へダイナミックな変化を与えることができます。今年 PS5 登場予定で、本日からウィッシュリストへの追加ができます。ありがとうございます。
So I need to make a mod for this game, or were you just gonna nuke and they just nukes the entire map and then so everything's revealed?
To share even more PlayStation news in today's show.
Days Gone Remastered. Okay.
The definitive version of Ben Studios' post-apocalyptic open-world epic comes to PS5 with VRR support and PS5 Pro support. It also includes
Did they just say
added content,
VRR support?
permanent
What is
and speedrun
VRR?
modes, an enhanced photo mode, new accessibility features, and Horde Assault, a survival arcade mode with increased horde sizes that will provide a fresh way to experience Days Gone. And if you purchase Days Gone on PlayStation 4, you can upgrade to a digital version of Days Gone Remastered and get all the content and features for $10. Days Gone Remastered launches on PS5 April 25th. New DLC is coming to Stellar Blade this June. The sci-fi action game is partnering with Goddess of Victory Nike on a new boss battle, collectible dolls and
Wait,
stickers,
they're
and
partnering with Nike? Of all the mobile games you could partner with, you partner with
Both the
Nike? That's funny.
DLC and the PC version of Stellar Blade launch this June. We've got some great PlayStation Plus updates today, starting with game catalog titles arriving on February 18th.
Both are Gunnar games. I mean, I wouldn't say Stellar Blade's a Gunnar game. I haven't played Stellar Blade yet because like I don't really have a PS5. My brother does, but I don't. I mean, besides the main character being like, you know, attractive, quote unquote, like I wouldn't really say it's a Gunnar game.
Players will join 4 high school girls living through the defining summer of their lives.
Stellar Blade has a lot of nudity.
What begins as a tale of
I don't know.
friendship will eventually blend reality, dreams, and the unknown into a dual timeline narrative. The first episode of Lost Records Bloom and Rage arrives February 18th, with the second episode arriving in April.
Also, a lot of jiggle physics. I mean, I don't think having jiggle physics by default makes you a Gunnar game.
Explore a mysterious mansion and blueprints, a genre-bending architectural adventure.
Interesting.
Every door is a new decision as you build out a sprawling manor with 45 shifting rooms, adding layers of strategy, puzzles, and exploration. Blueprints launches day 1 into game catalog this spring. Abiotic Factor is a 6-player survival crafting game from Playstack and Deep Field Games.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I thought this was Half-Life for a second. For a split second, I thought this was Half-Life.
And make this bizarre underground complex your new home. Abiotic Factor will be available in game catalog when it launches this summer.
Okay.
Now let's get a sneak peek at games coming to the PlayStation Plus Classics catalog. Coming soon are the first 3 Armored Core titles from the original PlayStation: Armored Core Project Phantasma, and Armored Core Master of Arena. Meanwhile, Patapon 3 slides its way
Yo,
into
mecha
the
fans are
Classics
eating
catalog
good.
next week.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this last night, I saw this guy specifically. I thought that was Sackboy.
Only I was left. That was a fatal mistake.
It's the aura of the Grail pieces. I can sense it. As long as it is reforged.
My wish can be fulfilled.
But wishes come at a price.
To pursue one's wishes is to court one's doom.
I will say, I wish it was a little bit more colorful, or like not a little bit less dark. That's the word I'm looking for. I think of the follow. I wish it was a little bit less dark, but I will say so far, just like, I don't know what it is, but like this aesthetic, it's doing it for me. This aesthetic is definitely doing it for me.
Gwendolyn, this is your final warning.
So it seems like it's gonna be a Souls-like.
My quarrel lies not with you, but I will take back everything that belongs to me. Even if the price is my soul.
Tides of Annihilation.
The table is dead. It exists no more.
What is this?
How do you feel?
What's up, Vil? How you doing?
Something bothering you?
Where do I know that voice from?
Some noise in my core.
Deep down in the depths of Vulcan, you must retrieve the Architect's core.
They will send everything they have to stop us.
You know I would never want to see you hurt. But the path we
You feel fish today? Nice.
I remember you.
Run away.
Call me crazy, but it feels like this game's kind of got like Ava meets Mass Effect meets
still a bit blurry.
Doom.
Remember this. DS! Showtime!
I have these gaps inside my head.
Satellite gives us a 10-minute window.
I think I saw a little bit of this trailer last night.
You made it. That's just leftover hardware. It's been decommissioned.
Okay, I want to explain this real quick because I was watching this trailer last night. I don't know if I saw all of it or just like the beginning of it, but I came up with like this crazy idea for a game. Like, imagine that like you were like a soldier in like this futuristic like cyberpunk type world or whatever, and they had like a chip in your head and where every time one of your comrades died, like this little switch would flip inside your head, and where you no longer saw them as humans, but you just saw them as like a decommissioned weapon or whatever, or like a decommissioned, you know, like piece of technology or whatever. So that way, like whenever you would like get out of a mission, and like whenever you die, like your records and stuff like that are deleted too, and so retroactively, like say you go into a PSYOP mission with like 30 people, but you only go back with 15, like all the records change to reflect that you only came in with 15, and all the dead people on the ground who have the chips implanted in them too. The second they die, they're just like, oh, that's a decommissioned robot or whatever. I don't know. It's a little bit hard to explain. I don't know if I explained it right, but I think that would be a pretty good like psychological, maybe not horror, but like a psychological type of game.
What the hell is happening? All I know is that Silvercorp is a piece of my story. I'll cover you.
This is why we don't have flying cars, chat.
All this time you just wanted answers about the tech in your head? Are you kidding me? This thing has ruined my life.
You have no idea who you're dealing with. After what you did, we should have left you in the desert.
This is not the first time we've had a fatal error with your tech. Yes, make it stop! Make it stop! I know what I have to do.
What in the iRobot just happened?
Hello, I'm Leslie Benzies, director of Mind's Eye, Builder Rocket Boy's new action adventure set in the fictional city.
Chat, this guy doesn't look real.
Where AI and
This guy looks AI.
collide to bring Earth to the precipice of collapse.
This guy looks rendered.
PlayStation 5 Pro.
So, something about this guy is uncanny to me.
Gameplay footage with the explosive combat and high-octane driving that you can expect on PlayStation 5 later this year.
Everyone looks AI on the internet? I guess.
Do what you can. Do not lose her.
I mean, maybe I'm just being a negative Nancy, but like, they're really showing off the explosion physics, but I feel like the explosion physics don't look that amazing. They don't look bad, but they don't like super amazing. You know what I mean? For them to be like showing it off like this. I mean, that one looked good. That one did like a flip and stuff like that.
It always comes back to this.
Kingdom Hearts 4. Yo, Sora be looking kind of hard, dude. He be looking pretty rough.
This world, this moment, this choice.
What is this? Is this Helldivers? What is this?
Every time the sun dies, madness reigns. Then everything begins again. But after every death, I always come back stronger. I know that you are here, and I will find you.
Sorrows. The printer ran out of ink. What's up, Chaz? How you doing? Yo, what's good? Nothing much. Nothing much. We're watching the state of play, and then I'm gonna watch the Overwatch spotlight. Come back stronger. 2026. Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. We are thrilled to announce that our latest game, Saros, is launching next year on PS5 and enhanced for PS5 Pro. Saros is the ultimate evolution of the Housemarque gameplay first experience. It's a new single-player IP that builds on Returnal's award-winning third-person action. You play Arjun Devraj.
Had some good looking games. Yeah. My thing is this, like, I don't know how to feel about this direct, not this direct, but the state of play, because a lot of stuff seems interesting, but I can't really give my opinion on it because they didn't really show us much, you know what I mean? So while it doesn't look bad, like, I also don't have enough to go off of to be like whether it looks good or not. So a lot of this stuff is just, I was just like, oh, this looks interesting, but like, I don't really have anything to go off of. Besides, I say like Metal Gear, because I know what that is. Or Monster Hunter, which I've, played. Yeah, and that's all I've had. Okay, so. Tides of Annihilation. Looks kind of like a Final Fantasy game. And so does, Lost Soul Aside. Then Stellar Blade was announced for PC, Borderlands 4 release date. Yeah, Borderlands 4, I had mixed feelings about Borderlands 4 just because like 3 was kind of like eh. So I'm not really excited for Borderlands 4, but like I want to be wrong. You know what I mean? State of play is a disappointment. Yeah, I could definitely feel that. It felt like there was a lot of like RPG type games in here. Or I guess more modern RPG-esque games and some roguelikes, well, I guess like 1 or 2 roguelikes, but like a lot of like Soulsborne type games. Apparently Borderlands 4 has different writers. All I know is that Randy Pitchford's still there, but I don't really know what Randy does. So I don't really care about Borderlands 4. The Tides of Annihilation, that was like the one game that I think that I saw today and where I was like, this actually looks really interesting. Xbox is better by miles. Was there like an Xbox game showcase recently? If there was, I don't know. But yeah, a lot of the games were just kind of like, we just kind of saw like trailers, you know what I mean? 4 months ago. Oh, you're talking about that one. Yeah. I don't remember specifically what all Xbox was doing, but I think even Xbox had Monster Hunter in their showcase. You like JRPGs, so you enjoyed the games that were announced? Yeah, I like JRPGs too. Like, I've always explained it like this, and where I don't... There's one coming in July, you think? That would make sense. Just because, like, E3 doesn't exist anymore, and that's like E3 time. So I think we'll probably be seeing a lot around that time. Like, probably another State of Play, like an Xbox thing. Maybe even Nintendo will throw their hat in the ring and be like, hey, Mario, and then they'll just leave. They'll put the mic down and they'll just leave, and everybody will be like, oh my god, this is the best direct ever! They said the word Mario! And then they'll see that's 1,000 cease and desist to anybody who's ever said the word Mario before. Monster Hunter Wild is advertised as the first cross-play Monster Hunter game that isn't one of the Pokemon clones. I see. What's up, Simon? 6 months. That's crazy. Oh, the Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii has a demo out today. Yeah, I'm not a huge Yakuza fan. Like, I don't hate the series. I just never really experienced it before. So you can see all consoles showing it. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Oh, 1 year and 6 months? My bad, Chief. My bad. I missed the 1 year part. Also, Switch 2 is getting a GTA 6 and Monster Hunter Wilds port, apparently. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Listen. There's no way in hell GTA 6 is gonna be on the Switch 2. There's no way. Because that either means that could mean a couple things. One, the Switch 2 is more powerful than we thought it was, which we know it isn't. Two, GTA 6 is like really well optimized. GTA 2 or GTA 6 is really well optimized, and they found a way to run it on a Switch 2. Or three, you're just gonna get to play extremely potato GTA 6. Like, we'll just have a very extremely potato GTA 6 on the Switch 2. GTA 6 will be optimized. They said they'll make it 60 FPS on XSS. Nice. I don't know. When it comes to optimization in games, I just get kind of worried. Like, I think Star Wars the Battlefront collection, the Xbox Series S. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I did not know what XSS meant. I'm glad you said that. But I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know what I love how Xbox, like, they said, oh, the reason why we did Xbox and an Xbox 360 is because, you know, we did the Xbox when the PS2 was out, and then when the PS3 came out, we did the 360, so people didn't see a 2 on the Xbox and think that it was inferior to the PlayStation 3. And then they said, but now we're like an established brand, and we think that we're, you know, what was the word they were using? They didn't say they thought they were better than PlayStation. They just said they felt like they were more established, and people won't not buy an Xbox just because it doesn't have like a 4 on it or whatever. But like now, like, even as someone I feel like I have my finger on the pulse of gaming. Like, I don't know, like, what is, like, what even the Xbox is anymore, because you had the Xbox 360, Xbox One, and then the Xbox One S, I think. I don't even know if that's an Xbox. And then there's like the Xbox Series X. Like, I don't know what the newest Xbox is, and like what? Okay, chat. Starting with Xbox One, give me like the power ranking of Xboxes, or I guess chronologically. So start with Xbox One and then go forward. Like what is the power ranking of Xboxes? You can just play Xbox on PC now. I mean, that's my thing. You also don't really need an Xbox, because I've said for a while, like, Chad has asked me if I'm gonna get like the new Xbox, or like if I have an Xbox. I'm like, Xbox is basically just a PC. Okay, let's see. GTA 6. Take-Two Interactive, the parent publisher behind games like Grand Theft Auto, GTA 6, Borderlands, Civ, developing more positive opinion about Nintendo's family of Switch consoles. Recent comments from Take-Two CEO Zelnick during the company's recent earnings strongly suggested GTA 6 will arrive on Switch 2. Okay. Understood. I'll believe it when I see it, but pop off. I'll believe it when I see it. Like, I'm not saying they're lying, but like, so it goes Xbox One, Xbox One S, Xbox One X, then Xbox Series S, then Series X. Gotcha. Like, who the fuck is supposed to know that? Like, am I crazy? Who, unless you're like deeply ingrained in like the Xbox community, who the fuck is supposed to know that? Like, imagine being a parent and not even knowing what fucking video games are. Fanboys? Like, but like you, like, here's my thing. You gotta imagine the consumer for a second, chat. Because the people who were buying my video games when I was a kid were my parents, okay? And while my dad was kind of knew about video games, or I guess my stepdad, while my stepdad kind of knew about video games, like, he didn't know everything, and my mom knew nothing. So I would have to always give my mom an exact list, and then I would even tell her, like, okay, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna pre-order the PS4 or the PS3 or whatever she was gonna go in there, and they're gonna try and upsell you on some kind of thing. Don't do the thing. They're gonna try and be like, oh, we need a controller. They're gonna go try and convince you to like pre-order a controller. Like, just say no to everything. You're in here for this one thing because I had school. And so I was trying to explain all these things to her, and so I just gave her a list, like a bullet pointed list. Pre-order PlayStation 3. Do not pre-order any games. Do not pre-order any accessories. If they try and talk you into a GameStop Pro membership, say no. Like I would have to give her an entire list. I remember one time I actually did give her a list of like all the things to do while she's there and all the things not to do. And then she came back and then she said, oh, well, I didn't pre-order the PlayStation 4, but I did pre-order you a PlayStation 4 controller. I was like, you did the exact opposite of what I said to do. So that was kind of funny. Imagine being a parent and buying the wrong Xbox for Christmas and your kid's so disappointed. Dude, that's the thing. I know that's happened. I know that's happened. I mean, I can't point to evidence of that happening, but like, you know it's happened. By the way, while Xbox One controllers work with Series S and X, some features are gone, like haptic feedback and analog pressure triggers. Just go with them on the weekend. I forget what the exact reason was that I couldn't go with her on the weekend. But there was a reason. Hope you're doing well today. I am curious, so thank you for asking. Okay, so next up, I feel like I have a lot to say about this. This is the Overwatch 2 Spotlight. So, this is the Overwatch 2 Spotlight. For those of you who don't care about Overwatch, I understand, but I care about Overwatch. I shit on Overwatch a lot, but at the end of the day, like, I want Overwatch to do better. I want Overwatch to be good. I don't want Overwatch to be bad or fail or flop or whatever. I want the game to succeed, but like, if sometimes it feels like the Overwatch team does not want the game to succeed. But there was a lot of stuff in this which I've kind of already looked over, but I feel like I can give a good fresh like take on all these things going into it. If you know what any 5080s that fall off the back of a truck, listen, all I'm gonna say is if a 5080 fell off the back of the truck, and you guys would just so happen to have an extra 5080 that fell off the back of a truck, I would take a 5080 that fell off the back of the truck. You're so deep into Rivals, you forgot Overwatch existed until you mentioned it? Yeah. I didn't play any this season. I think on the Overwatch Battle Pass or whatever, I'm like level 5 or 8 or something like that. I don't even know what level I am on the Battle Pass. This is the first season of Overwatch 2, and where like I haven't even finished the Battle Pass. And when I say finish, I mean not even like that I didn't buy it or whatever, which I didn't. I don't particularly buy the battle passes. but this is the first season in a minute and where I haven't even played the game. Like, this is the first season since the game's been out where I haven't bothered to get to level 80 on the battle pass, which I did not own. You're still on a 1080. It's underperforming. Is you're overperforming? Exactly. You didn't even get the battle pass this season? I mean, that's what I'm saying too. Like, I don't particularly go out of my way to buy the battle passes, but like I do try to go out of my way to finish them. You know what I mean? But this season, I didn't even play Overwatch because there was just nothing there for me. I don't like Hazard. I think he's ugly. I think he's like overtuned. I feel like he just has like I feel like if they just took one ability away from him, he would be perfect. But like he just has. I feel like he has one too many abilities. I feel like I like everything about him except for his wall. I think his wall is just a bit too much. But that's not me saying that he shouldn't have the wall or anything like that. That's just my opinion. He just feels like he has one too many abilities. All right. By the way, his block can negate Diva Bomb. I believe it.
Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Game on. Welcome to orbit. I'm on to you.
Venture mentioned. Okay. Hazard, you're ugly. Okay, so like here's what I think. I don't know if they confirmed this or not, but here's the vibe that I get from this. I feel like all the collabs are returning, and that's what they're showing them off for. That, or they're just like, hey, these are the collabs that we've done. But I feel like it's more likely than being like, okay, they're showing off all these collabs to be like, hey, we're doing a rerun on these collab banners. That's what I think.
I have goosebumps.
Holy! The glorious hunt with the Falcons finally comes to an end. 2024 World Champion. No more this!
Overwatch 2 Classic.
We got the fun.
Classic was fun.
You should try my meatballs.
They did imply returning events outside of the yearly ones. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, if we return collab events into events, quote unquote, like say like a la like Winter Wonderland or Halloween of Terror, stuff like that, I personally think that's an L. But if they get lumped together into sort of like a month-long event, and where like each week you get like 1 or 2 collabs or whatever, I like kind of like an anniversary type deal. I think that would be cool. Then again, I feel like that would really hurt people's wallets, so you'd probably need to spread it out.
Welcome to the Overwatch 2.
Okay, I have seen this. I think this is really cool. The Watchpoint Gibraltar room, or the set. Like, I'm pretty sure this right here is like a green screen, if I had to guess. But like the table's real, and like this bench down here is real. I think this wall is probably real.
To Spotlight. We've always strived to be the best competitive, team-based hero shooter. This past year alone, we made huge updates to our competitive systems, including matchmaking, balance updates, role.
Okay, I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but like we can all agree that like the balance updates and like the competitive matchmaking updates, it's just then reverting back to the Overwatch 1 systems in a lot of cases. So like take your flowers, but at the same time we can all admit a lot of this year was just reverting back to Overwatch 1 stuff.
Queue times and new features, all in service of constantly improving and evolving this game. To continue in that goal, we aim to innovate by creating
competition
new
equals
experiences
innovation.
for the more than 100 million players that have joined us since we launched in 2016. New experiences, new metas, new modes, new events, new heroes, just new ways to have fun. And 2025 is going to be another big year for us. Not only are we
I just want to look at this for a second. So we got Snowball, May, Iliari, Sojourn. What is Sojourn doing there? Wasn't Sojourn very adamant about being like, hey, fuck you guys? Well, never mind. I think this is just all the new Overwatch heroes. This isn't supposed to be like canon or anything. There's no lore in this game. What am I even dissecting here? Yeah, this is just all the Overwatch 2 characters. Never mind. There's no lore here. there's no lore here. They're just hanging out.
expanding this brilliant global community with a return to China in Season 15. But the overall key focus for us this year is how we can evolve what it means to play an Overwatch game.
Rivals just beating them so bad they bit the bullet to be more crafty. Okay, here's my thing. I know a lot of what they're announcing today, and a lot of what they've announced. And so while I wanna say like, oh, this is all thanks to Marvel Rivals, they're pushing Overwatch to do more. On the other hand, I can say this. There is absolutely no way, in fact, zero way, that everything they announced today is in response to Marvel Rivals, because there's just too short of a development time. Overwatch is banned in China. Yeah, I think like Hong Kong or something like that. There's Chinese Taipei or whatever. They like showed up in the World Cup. There's some weird part of China and where it's like technically China but also not China. Whatever, and where like it's still like a thing, but like mainland China, like it's not a thing. Not everything, but a few things you feel? Yeah.
That we can't even fit it all into this spotlight. So, over the next 30 to 40 minutes, we're really excited.
Okay, perks. Interesting. Season 15 and beyond. I mean, there's nothing to go off of that. 6v6 in Overwatch Classic. I mean, this is what I care about. I hate 5v5. Heroes, cool. Stadium, okay. Cosmetics, I don't care. Esports, I'll be real, I don't really care. I farm you for drops.
Excited to show you many of the things, but definitely not all, that we are planning for the.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. That sounded kind of negative. Let me go back through perks. We don't know what that is yet. Okay, so let's just put a pin in that. 15 and beyond, season 15 and beyond. I mean, it's cool that we're seeing more stuff. 6v6 and Overwatch Classic. That's what I care about. But I feel like it's kind of just been left by the wayside, and it's just like this is no longer like a opportunity. This is more just like a side thing. Heroes are always cool. Stadium, I don't know what that means. Cosmetics, this means something to somebody in esports. I'm glad that they're at least trying to like cater to their esports community, but it really does feel like esports over the last year and a half, year or two, has just kind of been like an afterthought. So it would be cool if, you know, it's like, say for example, Marvel Rivals. It would be cool if they were more invested into esports, like say Marvel Rivals is. And where Marvel Rivals like in-engine, like in-game, like host tournaments and stuff like that. That'd be cool.
First half of this year. First up, the biggest change since Overwatch launched, your favorite heroes are about to get a whole lot more heroic with perks. Perks are here to completely redefine your strategy and how you play your favorite heroes. Think of them as hero-specific bonuses that level up your gameplay.
Hong Kong's a sovereign region, which means they have their own rules. Yeah, I don't want to get canceled because I don't know a lot about stuff, but like I know Hong Kong's like technically separate, but aren't they like also technically? I'm just gonna stop talking. I don't know what I'm talking about. Someone's gonna get mad at what I'm saying.
And not just your hero. This means you can customize how you play in a match like never
skill tree. It doesn't look like a skill tree.
Like giving your favorite heroes a little extra oomph. Overwatch 2 is about to evolve in a way you've never seen before. After that, we'll go into how we're starting the 2025 competitive year with a full reset and new competitive rewards, including the new competitive weapon when Season 15 launches. We will also showcase some new mythic skins, game modes, and of course, upcoming heroes.
Okay.
Plus, some improvements to how you are rewarded for your playtime, including the return of a system from Overwatch 1 that we've received a ton of requests for. So,
okay,
keep that feedback coming. We'll also share what's going on with esports, including how it's expanding with the reintroduction of Overwatch into China. Of course, some info on Overwatch Classic, as well as 6v6, and hopefully a few surprises mixed in as well. We know what this universe means to all of you, and our team is driven by the idea of working together with all of you in this wonderful community. Developing the best version of this universe for years and years to come is what truly matters.
Let's just hope it lasts that long.
We're so thankful that you are all on this journey with us. And there's so much to tell you about that you're gonna want to stick around.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination.
Okay. So, Junkrat, instant replay. What does that mean, though?
Finally, a worthy title. From the ashes.
Okay, rank reset. That's pretty standard.
It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb. Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons.
Okay, I think this looks a lot better than Jade. Congratulations, Meg. I think this looks a lot better than Jade weapons, because again, my main issue with Jade weapons was they weren't Jade. They literally weren't Jade. They were green. At least it sparkles. Yeah, it's something more. I still think they didn't quite hit it out of the park with this. Okay, Meg, calm down. I'm about to start deleting your messages. I still think they didn't quite hit it out of the park with this, but this is like leagues better than Jade. Jade fucking sucked. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Jade was just bad.
He's just not with me right now. To battle!
Okay, let's go back real quick. So, Eyes in the Sky, Jet Dash grants full usage. Wait. Jet Dash grants full usage. Maximum fuel, overfill doubled. Concussive Blast knockback is reversed. This just seems a lot better than this.
How could you not win with such an advantage?
Let's go back again. Okay, so Javelin is now barrier. Javelin can pierce.
Shows them you are superior and bang! My armored.
Okay, so I heard this already. I heard that loot boxes were coming back. And here's my thing. I've said from the jump, the way that I would do loot boxes, the perfect system would be you put all the Overwatch 1 content in there, because there's a shit ton of Overwatch content from Overwatch 1, okay? That is just like free shit. I've been saying this forever. Just put all the Overwatch 1 stuff in a loot box, and then every time you level up, you get a loot box. But I don't want the gambling aspect to return, in the sense of like you could just spend tons and tons of money on loot boxes, and then people are like basically just gambling. So if this is just an item that you get in the game as a reward for playing the game, I'm fine with it. But if they try and charge you money for these things again, then like I don't want to. Sure, Meiji. I don't know if I'll watch it, but like you can post it. I'm going on vibes here. Rumors say they're only free. Okay, here's my thing. As long as they're free, I don't care. But if they're trying to like add another currency into the game, well, not currency, but another monetization thing into the game, this is just gonna feel scummy.
Fingers are crossed. Yes, just what I had hoped for. The spoils of victory continue.
Okay, Overwatch Classic Goats meta. I mean, yeah, this is fucking goats. Dude, Old Brig is gonna be crazy. Old Brig is gonna be fucking crazy. I think I will actually play this. Also, I didn't really comment on it, but the perks thing, I don't know exactly what they're doing with perks. Like, I don't know if perks is just like... My biggest fear is this. AO vibes? Yep. My biggest fear for the perk system is the perk system is now default Overwatch. That's my biggest fear. I don't want the perk system to be default Overwatch. And if it does become default Overwatch, I want people who don't want perks to be able to play OG, classic, non-perk Overwatch. I think perks are interesting. I think perks can be fun. But at the same time, I don't want that to become the standard. Because if 6v6 can't be the standard, then like, I don't want perks to be the standard either. So I have mixed feelings about the perk system. But like, all I'll basically say is this. If perks are just like a game mode, that's cool. But if perks are like the new standard and that's the new default Overwatch, I feel like that's going to be really controversial. This is the new mythic, I think. Okay.
Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment. I will achieve my vision.
Okay, so we finally get a Venture skin. They remembered that Venture exists. White Doomfist. Okay. Interesting. This kind of just looks like a recolor, I'm not gonna lie. And then this Orisa skin looks alright. We had our weekly Daima talk yet? I don't think we have. We can talk about Daima later. Are these trailers for upcoming stuff or something else? This is, we just watched the PlayStation State of Play. This is kind of like the State of Play, but specifically for Overwatch. So it's like what's coming up this like year, essentially, in Overwatch.
Arrows fly true.
What would you even call this? Because this is Kiriko. What would you even call this skin? All her little kunais are umbrellas. Okay, so these are shop skins. Another Kiriko skin. This Reinhardt skin, it looks like a mixture of his Chinese New Year skin and the Lich King skin, if I'm being honest with you. This Mora skin looks pretty cool. This Sigma skin, I don't really care about it. Doc. Okay. You know what I just thought about? You know what I just thought about? You know how a lot of people say that like they put the best skins in... a lot of people say, and they kind of do, they put the best skins in the shop. What if you buy the premium battle pass? What if they gave you one shop token? And a shop token could be used to redeem like any skin from that season in the shop. So you would have to use it in that season. You couldn't just hoard a bunch of them and then buy them. And also you couldn't buy collab stuff with it. But what if you bought the premium battle pass? Like say there's like the $10 version. What if you bought like the premium plus battle pass? Like it's like an extra $5, so like it's like the $15 battle pass or whatever. But you get a shop token, so you're technically getting like a battle pass or a shop skin from that season for like $5. All right, Meg. Hope you feel better. I think that could be kind of cool. You get like you get like a shop token. But I don't know. That was just an idea.
Even greater.
Okay, so we got a Tracer recolor. We got May with a raincoat. Mercy with a raincoat, and we got a recolor. Okay, listen. I'm not going to be negative. I'm trying to be as positive as possible. But when you're showing off new content, is it too much to ask that you don't put recolors in your big hype announcement trailer? You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of the stuff's cool or whatever. I mean, the shop skins are like, eh. Like I don't really care about cosmetics in games. But, like, is it too much to ask that you don't show off recolors as if it's new content? And you just show another skin that's completely new that isn't a recolor? That's just my opinion.
Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this.
Okay, I still want to know what the instant replay thing is. What is that? Obviously, instant replay just means instant replay. But, like, does that mean that, like, in the middle of a game, I can just click a button and then just legitimately get a replay of my kill? Is that literally what it means?
This one a few more times.
Okay, so Venture, Zenyatta, Sigma, Duck Mercy, and then, like, a weird, like, half, like, Sentai, half not Sentai Hanzo skin. La Seraphim again.
Time to talk about something big. Introducing perks.
Hit me with it.
This is the most significant innovation to core gameplay since Overwatch launched in 2016. This is more than just an update. It's a radical shift in how you experience gameplay. Perks are upgrades to your hero's kit that unlock during the game. They provide an additional strategic layer, allowing you to alter your playstyle and adapt to situations. Throughout the match, you'll level up your hero 2 times, unlocking 1 minor perk and 1 major perk. The first time you level up, you'll get
so it's like nerfed Juckenstein's lab.
Perks.
Forge Hammer can restore armor health to allies. Turret repairs heal was increased by 25%. Restore armor health or give them armor? Because those are 2 different things. Because also this doesn't do, like, say that everybody on your team. Well, I'll just name like 2, for example. Like, say Sim Zarya. Sim Zarya don't have armor, they have shields. By the way, this is going to be an actual mechanic. Yeah, I know it's an actual mechanic. But, like, for example, say that everybody on your team has shields. And nobody in your team has armor. This hammer doesn't fucking doing anything. So, but if it gave you like 25 armor, if you hit people with it, or like 5 armor per hit for like hit them 5 times, you can get them a maximum 25 armor. So, I don't know, something like that. Like, that'd be cool. But like, if you just restore armor, like, There's going to be instances where that hammer doesn't do anything. Whereas over here, let's see, activating Overlord fully refills rivet guns ammo. That's kind of what it does already, though. It's not a full reload, but it's like, I think it's like, what is it, like 5? Like, I forget the exact number, but this is kind of what fully overloaded kind of already does.
We positioned minor perks as lighter upgrades. They're like a little boost to warm you up, from cooldown reductions to small passives that keep things balanced but exciting. Once you hit your
It only works on
major
people
perk
with
level,
armor? Okay.
you get to choose between 2 powerful upgrades. And you fine-tune your playstyle for the rest of the match. Major perks are gameplay-shifting additions to your hero's kit, changing your core loop and redefining what you
Okay, so sticky ball and Bastion's turret is now turned into a rocket launcher.
your hero is capable of. Let's look at an example now with Orisa. When you level up Orisa to level 2, your minor perk choice will be between heat reduction on your primary fire or the ability to briefly tank burst damage with Fortify.
Wait, what? So, critical hits from your primary fire refund heat. I mean, that's good. Fortify briefly grants an additional 100% delay. Oh, extra 100% decaying overhealth when activated. This just seems better in every way. Because the good Orisa will always manage their heat correctly. And then this is just always better.
Are you facing down a Junkrat and want to be able to survive his tire? The upgrade to Fortify might be a great choice. The fun really gets going when you get to your major perk at level 3, though. Here, Orisa gets the choice between a higher impact energy javelin or swapping out her javelin spin.
Okay, so I feel like either both of these are good. I'm preferential to like the projectile barrier or the protective barrier. Just because I miss Overwatch 1 Orisa. But this, like, if you can hit your skill shots, this could just decimate a team. But I feel like this one is more situational, but I think both of these are good.
For a protective
This one's more proactive, this one's more reactive.
barrier. Here's another example of what you can expect with major perks with Torbjorn. For Torb's major perk options, you get to choose between 2 wild upgrades for your turret. The first perk option is allowing you to upgrade your turret to level 3 when activating Overload, drastically shifting your turret's threat level as it rips through enemies. The second perk option is if you're feeling a little cheeky, upgrading your turret to now stick on walls. With this added flexibility, Torbjorn can take different angles and even surprise opponents.
Listen, level 3 turret is like funny. Not fully Momiji, because you could stick the turret on your teammates in April Fools. But I've been saying for a while that I think this would be a cool addition. Like, level 3 turret is cool and everything, but I think just the ability to have your turret upside down on like, say, Oasis. What's up, Soph? Like, having your turret upside down, like, on the ceiling in Oasis, people coming back to the point, I think that would be fucking disgusting. So, while I think level 3 turret is, like, a better for, like, bursty damage, I feel like this is going to be the default better upgrade for Torb.
Sneaky turret placement. Finally.
Unless you're running, so, like, say, like, a bunker comp, for example, and you're kind of, like, building your team around, like, you say, your turret.
Rounded out with Ana. Ana's first major perk choice upgrades her.
Hold up. Ana is my favorite hero ever made. Why is a turret on a wall? Overwatch is adding like perks, like MOBA-esque perks to the game. So you can upgrade yourself in the middle of a fight or in the middle of a game. Biotic Rival can now crit enemies. Okay, this. So using Nano Boost, you also cast it on Ana. This I think is going to be good for the average player, but I think for people who are like really good DPS players who have to pivot to Ana, like say in a ranked game, or why am I even saying that? Like there's a role queue, never mind. But for people who are like say playing quick play and like quick play open queue or something like that, I feel like this right here, Biotic Rifle can now crit. I feel like because Ana, when she can crit, deals some fucking serious damage. I don't know exactly. Wait, isn't this what they were doing for PvE? Let's not talk about that. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. By the way, they stopped counter swapping. If you can swap to get level 0 penalty, where your level wait. So their solution to counter swapping is by making it at where say that you have a Roadhog, okay, going what's like a good example? Say your team's running a Roadhog and the other team's running an Orisa, and the Orisa's just fucking up your Roadhog. Your Roadhog, if he wants to switch halfway through the map because he's like, I could probably force Roadhog here, you know, punish the squishies, whatever. And so, if anything, I think this makes counter swapping even more punishing. Because now you're swapping to the counter, so you're already in a disadvantageous position because like the Orisa's fucking up your Roadhog. But now when your Roadhog finally swaps, the Orisa's gonna be like 1 or 2 levels above your Roadhog. Or now Reinhardt, whatever the fuck your swap is to. I don't know. That feels kind of punishing. That feels very punishing even. I don't know how to feel about that.
Upgrades her sharpshooting capabilities, allowing her to headshot enemies. Be careful, Widowmaker. You might lose this sniper duel. Then, if you're playing Ana and having a hard time getting dove on,
His level resets to get double XP though.
Second major perk option.
I don't know. I would have to feel that one.
On an ally. Now that's a way to turn a fight. When designing perks, we wanted to expand and elevate what your heroes are capable of. We were looking for a system that we could layer on top of your normal Overwatch gameplay and offer choice from match to match. We plan on adjusting perks on a regular cadence with bigger system refreshes happening in the middle of the year. Every choice you make with perks will impact the battlefield, offering new opportunities to outplay enemies.
Okay, so the pessimist in me wants to say they saw like what Marvel Rivals was doing with team ups, and they were like, hey, what if we did like the perks thing, which is like our version of team ups, and where you can still just be like a solo Andy and not give a fuck about your team, because Overwatch is not a team-based shooter anymore. It's just I log on, do whatever I want, and am the most selfish, entitled motherfucker in the room, and everybody needs to bend and yield to me. I don't know. I think the way I would have done it for the level system is when you swap, you get base level 1 or whatever. So you get the first minor perk, and then you got to build it to the second level perk or to the major perk. Oh, team ups. Wait till you figure out what Stadium is. What are there Marvel Rival team ups in Stadium?
And support your team. You'll get to experience the next era of Overwatch 2 when Season 15 launches.
See, here's my thing. I feel like if they did this for the jump, and this is what Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2 was, I feel like people would be more receptive to it. But I definitely feel like there's going to be some pushback for the people who never played Overwatch 1. They've played Overwatch 2, and Overwatch 2 to them is a shitty 5v5 experience, in which everybody's a solo queue Andy, and everybody's just playing team deathmatch, and you're not on a team. You were just one person with 5 strangers next to you, or I guess 4 strangers next to you. I think this is going to be very controversial to them, but I feel like if you're coming from an Overwatch 1 background, like you've already had this shift from like the superior 6v6 to the shitty 5v5 experience. So I feel like shifting from the shitty 5v5 experience to the shitty 5v5 experience, but with perks, I feel like people will be more receptive to it. But I don't know how people who started... and again, I'm basing this off of nothing. I'm basing this off of nothing, by the way. But I feel like people will be more receptive if you were like an Overwatch 1 person coming into Overwatch 2, now coming into Overwatch 2.5, or I guess Overwatch 1 person coming into Overwatch 0.25, now coming into Overwatch 2. I feel like you'll be more receptive to this. Shitty 5v5, you say? Wait till we get to a certain part of the stream. Oh, it gets even worse. Now they announced Overwatch 3. It's now 4v4.
It's awesome to see the passion and dedication this community brings to the game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy.
Wait, hold up.
It's awesome to see the passion and dedication.
System designer. I thought it said hero designer for a second. I was like, since when is Gavin the fucking hero designer?
This community brings to the game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy to share some exciting new features when the 2025 competitive year begins during Season 15, a season that will shake things up by making the game more strategic and further improving our competitive systems. Last year during Season 9, we introduced a major rework to our competitive system, as well as the addition of new hero passives that refresh the core gameplay of Overwatch. As we enter the first season of 2025, this is the perfect chance for the team to shake things up once again. For such a big season, it just feels logical to start with a big bang, our galactic weapons. In response,
Okay, these look a lot better in first person. If they look like this is actually pretty cool. This looks a lot better in first person. I feel like in the reveal trailer that they showed a minute ago, they looked kind of shitty, but these look a lot better in first person.
in response to your feedback about competitive rewards, we worked hard to make this year's weapon
This looks a lot better.
variant out of this world. We developed
See, right here, this looks kind of like but like in first person, it looks a lot better.
this type of complex material to weapons. We want you to feel like you have the power of the stars in the palm of your hand. And hey, we're also making climbing the ladder even more charming. At Platinum and above.
Okay, I want to fucking take my flowers, chat. I want to take my dub right fucking now. Chat, don't fucking gaslight me, because I said from the jump that you should get something like this. I said I hate weapon charms, but wouldn't it be cool if you got a weapon charm that reflected your rank? I said this for the longest goddamn time, and where you need more rewards for competitive. And one of them that would be easy to do is legitimately just have your fucking rank like Diamond or Grandmaster, Top 500, Champion, and just put it on a goddamn charm. I've been saying that for over a year. I've been saying that for over a year. I don't know when I started saying it. Hint, it was a staple of Overwatch 1, 6v6. But I've been saying this for the longest time. This is just such an easy slam dunk to get people to play the game. Because if you don't care about, like, you know, weapon skins, then like this is another way to get people to into your competitive game.
Above, you'll now get exclusive
mode.
weapon charms alongside the existing titles. We'll start tracking your rank for this during Season 15 and hand out these rewards for the first time in Season 16. Now you'll be flexing your rank in any mode.
Okay, I want to add one little caveat here. I think that, like, if you're in the top 10, you should get like a top 10 version. Like, say that you're rank 1 support. I think having a 1 on here would be cool. If you're a rank 1 support, I think it'd be cool if you have the rank 1 support, like, charm. But obviously, it would be a nightmare to do that, like, for like hundreds, like the top 100. I feel like would be like a nightmare. But let's say that you're like the top 10, and you end at rank 1. I think being able to flex and be like, yeah, I have the rank 1, you know, GM or champion support weapon charm or whatever. I think that'd be cool.
By rocking these battle-ready cosmetics with pride. We're also excited to report that we're bringing rake icons back to the hero portraits while you're in competitive play. We'd like to do more of this.
Oh my goodness! It's Overwatch 1. That's crazy. You're bringing back our borders. Oh my god, yo, oh dude, why didn't anybody think of that before? Now streamers, when they're playing, they don't have to have a shitty fucking PNG over their thing over here that says like rank or top 500 or rank 10 or whatever. What? That's, dude. That honestly, W. Honestly, W. That's crazy. That's so much more convenient than me having to go online, find a PNG, a transparent PNG of the rank symbol, and then put it over my border so that when people come into my stream, they don't ask me 1,000 times, what rank are you? What rank are you? What rank are you? What rank are you? Dude, why didn't anybody think of that before? That's a crazy idea. They're cooking with this one. Okay, that's probably the meanest I'll be this entire stream. That's probably the meanest I'll be this entire stream. But again, this is just something that was in Overwatch 1 that they're adding back to Overwatch 2.
Sort of thing in the future, but for now, this will give players that want to show off their skill by sharing their gameplay an easier way to do that. Now, Season 15.
Okay, so I'm not exactly getting my player border back, but like, I think this is as close as they're going to give me.
Team's rank reset. We've tuned our ranks again, and we're confident you can reach new heights that show off your true skill, whether you've been away for a while or you've been grinding.
Okay, this isn't what I wanted, but I think this is as close as they'll give me. I want my player border back.
Up until the last minute in some questionable end-of-season matches. Most importantly, we think these soft resets work best when we're introducing big new features that change what it means to be skilled at the game. I'm happy to announce that hero bans are officially coming to the game.
Okay, so Overwatch has done hero bans in the past, and they've always been really, really bad. I watched a video with Flats to Aaron yesterday, and where Aaron was like, there's 4 bans total, so I guess it's gonna be 2, or there's gonna be 4 bans. I don't know if that's 4 bans per team, or if it's 4 bans total. So I don't know if it's 4 and 4 or 2 and 2. I imagine it'd be 2 and 2 because I imagine if it's 4 and 4, that would just like A, it'd take too long, and B, I feel like it would break some stuff. But I did hear him say that like tanks are like protected. So I think you could ban 4 DPS, but you could only ban a maximum of 2 tanks, from what I understand. It would make sense if they also did that for the supports role, where supports were protected. You imagine it'll be like rivals. That's what I imagine as well. It would be like 2 and 2, 4 total. But the way that, I don't know if you guys remember this, but when Overwatch tried to do bans in the past, they would base it off of player percentage. And so what all the top 500 players would do is if they knew that the ban was coming up, they would purposefully play bad characters and get bad characters banned to keep the meta characters in the game. And so it completely defeated the purpose of a hero ban system. So in a perfect world, I hope it's just basically Marvel Rivals. Also, I heard Aaron say something like this. You don't have to ban somebody. So you don't have to do a hero ban. So if both teams choose not to ban anybody, then there are no hero bans. And also, I don't know how this is going to work, but your first ban is weighted more heavily than your second ban. So I guess the way that works is like, say that 4 people on your team all vote to ban Mauga, and then you don't vote for anybody. Then that means when the second ban comes around and you, say, for example, really hate Lifeweaver because he's just the dumbest thing that's ever been invented, you can ban Lifeweaver, and then your Lifeweaver ban will be weighted more heavily than your team's bans. So I imagine that's the way you could do it, because otherwise, why would your first vote be weighted more heavily than your second vote if you could just not skip the vote process?
We know you've been asking for this feature, and we're looking forward to building our take on it. Don't worry, no pools or cats and pools are involved.
The joke there is basically what I was saying. Like a pool of heroes would be banned. Like the highest play percentage or the highest win percentage heroes would be banned from a pool. That's what he said. He was referencing that. I'm almost certain that's what he was referencing. They quoted Flats. I'm sure he's probably said that at some point. What was the next thing that I was going to say? Okay, here's how I hope that hero bans will work. From what I heard, I don't think they work this way, but here's how I want them to work. It was Flat's option on the old hero bands. Here's how I hope the hero bands work. I hope, like, say for example, say like diamond and above or whatever. Diamond and above, those people will have hero bands, and say your metal rank players like bronze, silver, gold will have no hero bands. Because that just makes sense to me. Kind of how the way Marvel Rivals does it. So if you're a more casual player, but you do play ranked, like, you have a guaranteed to play like whoever you want to play. Because like you're playing a different game from like top 500. You know what I mean? Because I think we can all agree, bronze Overwatch and like top 500 Overwatch are two different games. They're playing two completely different games. So if it would feel weird if you subjected a bronze player to the same hero ban system that, like, say a top 500 player would be doing, because, you know, in top 500, say you would ban, like, say, I don't know, fucking like Malga or whatever, because like at higher or like Orisa, Malga, Orisa would probably be like the two highest ban rates or whatever in top 500, whereas like bronze, like they probably do something like fucking ban Reinhardt, you know, because Reinhardt can just run down main and not get punished. But I'm pretty sure it's coming to everybody, like all ranks. From what I've heard, I'm pretty sure it's coming to all ranks. Like everybody's gonna get bans, but I hope that they don't do that and it stays just to like the higher level players. Because I definitely feel like high level Overwatch and low level Overwatch are two different games.
We want a system that punches up at the strong or frustrating heroes without punching down at weaker niche picks. We also want a system that's very fast, that gives you nuanced control over outcomes, and that we can tweak based on your feedback. As you've seen, we're building a lot of new features. And speaking of buildings, what if you had more control over which of our buildings you spend your time in? We're happy to announce that map voting will be coming to the game.
Chat, dude, I know they didn't listen to me. I know they didn't listen to me. I know they didn't listen to me. I know that I'm a nobody and that these guys don't even know who I am. But I've been saying forever that this game needed a map voting system. And I always use Counter-Strike as an example. I've been saying forever. I feel so vindicated right now. I've been saying that we need a map vote system forever. I've been saying that from the jump. Because God knows if we had a map voting system, I would never play a Clash game again in my life. Dude, I feel so vindicated. I've been saying forever that we needed a map voting system. That way people who don't want to play the new Overwatch 2 game modes, they can just be like, fuck you Push, fuck you Flashpoint, fuck you Clash. I want to play Payload, I want to play Hybrid, I want to play fucking Control. I've been saying forever this game needed a map voting system.
Game after hero bans. Both hero bans and map voting are exclusive to competitive play. One of the other changes I'm particularly excited about...
By the way, Clash is temporarily removed, being reworked. I heard about that, but from what I heard, it's only in ranked. It's been removed from ranked play. I think you can still play Clash in quick play, from what I heard. Unless it's just completely removed. It's only ranked? Okay. Dude, that's a great reason. See, that's a reason right there to play ranked. If you play ranked, you don't have to play Clash. Dude, that would... Listen, that's enough of a reason for me to start playing ranked right there. Honestly, that's enough of a reason for me to stop playing quick play and start playing ranked right there. If I play ranked, I don't have to play Clash. That's a great reason.
My first day on the job. When I joined the team, I was challenged to list the top 10 things I wanted to work on. Back then, we chose the ping system from that list, but today we're building my number one, and that's improved hero information.
Okay, here's my thing. This is big, and I don't want to take this away from them. But like, while I will give them the W's for like map bans. I'll give them the W for like the keychain that like 99% of people would never ever get to see or use. I'll give them the W for like hero bans. Like, this is something that should have just been in the game from the jump. There's no reason this shouldn't have been in the game from Overwatch 2's launch. So like, while I want to give them a W here, like I can't morally give them the W right now because this should have just been in the game, period. Can we do a moth stream before it goes away? I'll tell you what. We'll play a little bit of Overwatch today. Why not? If moth meta is still in Overwatch, we'll play a little bit of Overwatch today. Why not?
In a game about mastery like ours, equipping players with the knowledge they need.
This should have just always been in the game. Overwatch 1 gets a pass because that's like a different time. I'll give Overwatch 1 the pass, but there's legitimately no reason this shouldn't have been in Overwatch 2. So this is a huge W, but I personally can't give them a W because this should have just always been in the game for the jump. There's no reason this should have not been in the game.
Need to improve is one of the most useful services we can provide as developers. That's why we're adding detailed stats to the hero information screen that show damage, cooldowns, ranges, and perks. Of course, Season 15 isn't just about competitive cosmetic updates. We're also tweaking stuff behind the scenes, think shop bundles and better ways to snag those jaw-dropping cosmetics. Season 15 is the return of loot boxes.
Okay.
You heard that right. Loot boxes are making a comeback.
Rewards for... Okay, so this is what he got from the loot box.
We're keeping it fun while being transparent about what's inside and the rate of various drops from opening each box. Oh, and guess what? They'll be available in the free track of the Battle Pass. And of course, they'll also be in the weekly rewards where you can get loot boxes for just playing. There are plenty of ways to earn them. We're really excited for the changes we've made in bringing these back, and hope you are too.
I'm really excited to join you today to speak about what you can expect from events this year. One of the biggest ways the team...
Okay. That's a little bit depressing. It said 6v6 and Overwatch Classic, but he referred to it as an event. That's kind of depressing. Okay, moving on.
Team has been exploring new ways to play Overwatch 2 is through 6v6 tests. This is something players have been asking about since we launched Overwatch 2 with 5v5, and Aaron has written a few extensive blogs on why the team made this switch. Things like pick rates, tank queue times, match stalemates, matches going on too long, sometimes made Overwatch feel like more of a slog than the fun it should have been. We want to find the absolute best way to make
I would rather play one really long game of 6v6 than 3 shitty games of 5v5.
6v6 with those concerns in mind. These limited time events are our way to really test how 6v6 in Overwatch 2 could work in the most fun, compelling ways possible when trying to address the various issues it used to face. This was a really great experiment for us, and we thank everyone that took part, jumped into the matches, and shared your feedback. We're still sifting through all of the in-game data, along with the mountain of feedback the team received across social media, forums, emails, and carrier pigeons. So look for an update on some...
I get the carrier pigeon is a joke, but the carrier pigeon has been extinct for like 100 years. So I get it's a joke, but like at the same time, the carrier pigeon has literally been extinct for 100 years.
Key learnings in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we're going to be doing more of these, and in Season 15, we're pleased to announce 6v6 is getting its own competitive queue. This will be an open queue, but with a max of 2 tanks per team. Not all of our events are
cowards,
just purely to experiment and to try and test out new features. We're also running events because, let's be honest, they're simply fun. Obviously, we have to bring back the modes and events that everyone loves. In addition to the current return of Lunar New Year, we're bringing back April Fools. You'll hit the beach in Summer Games, and of course, face
Nothing
the horrors
burger.
of Dr. Junkenstein this Halloween.
Nothing
Outside
burger.
of those annual events, one of the most fun limited time modes we've worked on in a while has to be Overwatch Classic. This was a labor of love for those of us who have been immersed in this universe for almost 10 years.
I enjoyed
We started
Classic.
in November with the Overwatch 1 launch day patch.
Mhm.
21 heroes, original abilities, no hero limits or role-locks. Then in January, we
Based.
rolled out with the September 2017 Moth meta patch, introducing the original versions of Ana, Sombra, Orisa, and Doomfist. But you can't do Overwatch Classic without the most notorious of Overwatch 1 periods. So coming in Season 15, we are bringing you Overwatch Classic GOATS. This was a ridiculously glorious time to play. You had
Ridiculously glorious. I mean, that's one word for it. Ridiculously glorious. I mean, that's one way to describe goats, but like glorious is definitely an adjective that like can be used.
3 tanks and 3 supports dominating lineups. These won't be matches you'll go into thinking the key headshot or flanking play will make a difference. GOAT's meta is a head-to-head battle, testing which team can be the most thoughtful and strategic in setting up the best combination of plays, the best use of dual heals, and of course, dual ults. Communication will be key when jumping back to 2019 to see if you have it in you to be the GOAT.
I mean, that's not why it's called goats, but like, I get it. That's not why it's called goats, but I get
We
it.
introduce an exciting new hero to our lineup. Meet
I'm not
Freya.
gonna say anything.
Codenamed Dasher, she's the latest addition to Overwatch's roster, poised to help you elevate your game.
Okay, let's just take a look at this. I think this looks better than Hazard, but I can't put my finger on it. This doesn't exactly look like an Overwatch character. It looks more like an Overwatch character than Hazard does, because Hazard's ugly as fuck. But this kind of looks like, I don't know, like, this looks like something you'd see in Paladins. I still feel like we haven't quite refound like what makes Overwatch Overwatch, like, or what makes an Overwatch character an Overwatch character, but this is closer. This isn't there, but this is closer.
Freya hails from the land of Denmark, where the winters are cold and apparently the bounty hunters are even colder. Freya was once Overwatch's most renowned search and rescue operative,
It's gonna be a mix, by the way, a sniper and soldier-like character. I see.
dedicated to saving lives. But when Overwatch disbanded, she put her skills towards a new purpose, bounty hunting. Now she'll hunt down any target for the right price. Freya is a hero with a unique arsenal at her fingertips. Armed with an explosive crossbow and a cape that gives her serious airtime, Freya doesn't play by the rules. We think you'll love the new dynamic she brings to Overwatch. Whether you're the type to strategize, hit the ground running, or hover above it, she's got something for everyone. Test your foes with her explosive flare, or wrap them up like a gift with her bola. And if someone tries to flee, well, as Freya says, run or hide, it...
Okay, so I saw a little bit of this. And my one thing is this. Are bolas, like... Is that like a... They said she's from, like, Switzerland, right? Is that like a Swedish thing? Or Switzerland thing? Or wherever the fuck they said she was from? Because, like, whenever I think of bolas, I think of, like... America, like Native Americans. Because, like, that was, like, one of the things they would use. They're Viking items, so yes. Okay, I mean, fuck it. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think of like Norse countries whenever I think of bolas, but I mean, if they use them, they use them.
Won't matter in the end. Freya's kit doesn't just aim to control the battlefield, it aims to own it. Unload a flurry of rapid-fire bolts with her rev-draw crossbow to keep the pressure on your enemies. Slow it down with Take Aim to line up the perfect shot and fire a high-speed, explosive bolt that will turn your targets into fireworks. Quick dash in any direction to reload your explosive bolt and leave your enemies in the dust. Launch yourself sky high with an updraft of
Wait. So your dash reloads your
wind and catch those rooftops.
So for every time you dash, you get a free explosive bolt.
Campers or get a bird's eye view before you strike. And finally, snag an enemy with a bola shot. Wrap them up and pull in their unlucky teammates for the ultimate combo play. For those of you who love a challenge, Freya is going to test your skills like...
I'm gonna be honest, I saw Flats play a little bit of this character, and I don't think I saw that ultimate get a single kill the entire time. Her ultimate seems very underwhelming. From just the gameplay footage that I've seen, her bola ultimate seems very underwhelming.
Never before. Recognized internally as being one of the highest skill heroes in the game, Freya's kit demands precision and a steady, long-range aim. Whether you want to dominate the battlefield or just float on the breeze, she's going to be the right bounty hunter to hire.
I don't know how... See, I forget what it was a while back, but like we found out that like the average like elo of like the dev team is like high gold, high to mid gold. It was something like that. So when they say that she's like the highest skilled character or whatever in the game, I take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Just because like the devs are notoriously like low elo players. But that's not to say that she's going to be easy. They probably want you to shoot in the middle of the vortex that she makes. I don't know, maybe. She's the Bola is a CC. So you think they want you to actually kill? Like, here's my thing. How do I explain it? I feels like Overwatch's design philosophy has changed like 6 times since the game released. Because it has a grav effect that stuns. Like, I'm glad you used grav as an example, because like grav like was from a design philosophy where grav is a really powerful ability, but you need like follow up with the grav. Like, because like if you remember, grav used to last like 8 seconds or some shit like that. Grav used to last a long time, and they've slowly over time, because grav is so strong, chipped away at the time of grav, where now it's like 4 seconds or something like that. Something to that effect. And where grav is a really short time, and so like the modern day Overwatch player would be like, oh yeah, here's grav. It's a perfect example of like, sure, it's an ultimate, but it's also kind of weak. But grav, that's the thing. Grav was so strong that they've had to constantly nerf it over time. Make the radius smaller, make the timer shorter, all that stuff. And also grav like was kind of like an enabling ultimate. This is a grav that does burst, stun, and lasts 2 to 3 seconds. But like, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of ultimates don't feel like ultimates anymore. And then like also there's some abilities that feel like ultimates, like say Suzu. Suzu just feels like an ultimate.
Now that we've shown you Freya, you probably want to know who the Season 18 hero will be. I think it's fitting to give you a sneak peek at Hero 44. Codenamed Aqua, this
Okay, like first of all, like this is like concept art, so I won't go too in depth on this. But I'm not stoked about this hero design. I think the concept of like a waterbender is like eh. Also, like, I may be mistaken on this, but this looks very... Back when Overwatch was like really popular, people would make like their own fan heroes. Doesn't look bad just plain. I can't put my finger on it, but like I think it's just the fact that he's just like holding a water ball in the air, because like here's the thing, there's like no magic in Overwatch. Like everything has like a weird fucked up reason for why it exists. Like Winston is a talking gorilla because of science. Moira has like the weird suck power because of science. May can cause blizzards because of science. And then you have like the weird like shit at where like they don't know whether to explain it as it's magic or as if it's like some sort of technology. Like with the Shamadas and their dragons, or Kiriko and her kitsune. And where they constantly they're flip-flopping back and forth between like, oh, this is a magical kitsune thing, or like, oh, it's not a literal magical kitsune. It's sort of like a spin on like the Symmetra Vishkar Corporation hard light technology, whatever. But like this, like what would you call this? Hydrokinesis? Like, how the fuck do you explain this? You know what I just noticed? Like, this is just straight up like an Avatar ripoff, because like he's like a waterbender. He's got like the Katara necklace right here. He kind of looks like Sokka. Did you see Dreams of Another? I did see that. It looked interesting. I don't know what to say about it. It looks like someone made a game about Jaden Smith. Outfit call out. What does that mean? How the outfit fits on his waist looks like when he puts it on. Oh, I get it. So like this is his jacket on, this is his jacket around his waist, I guess.
Chinese water wielder has one of the most unique ability sets that we have ever developed.
I don't know, like, I'll say it. It kind of feels like It kind of feels like this guy's AI. I'm not gonna lie, because he's a waterbender. He's kind of got he's got like the Katara necklace. He's got like the Aang avatar like airbender pole. This guy's gonna be a support. So we're getting a DPS the next season or whatever, and then we're getting this guy. He's gonna be a support like 2 seasons after that or whatever. Also, what's my take on perks? Okay, I said it earlier, but I'll say it again for the people who are like just showing up. I feel like it's something that needed to be done to differentiate, to like make Overwatch like feel fresh. But I think it's probably one of the most controversial things they've ever done. I feel like if you're going to do a change like this, it should have been done day 1 of Overwatch 2. That's how I feel. Because I feel like if you're an Overwatch 1 player who swatched who went from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 0.25, and you've been playing Overwatch 0.25 this entire time, like I feel like you're more susceptible to change because you went from 6v6 to inferior 5v5 to like now with perks. I feel like people are going to be more susceptible to change if you're like an Overwatch 1 player because you've seen the game that you love die in front of you. But I feel like if you're an Overwatch 2 player and you started with Overwatch 2 or Overwatch, as we lovingly call it, Overwatch 0.25, then I feel like they're going to be... I'm going up pure vibes. I have nothing to base this off of. I feel like Overwatch 2 players will be more polarized by this change, whereas Overwatch 1 players, because we've been here for so long, I feel like we'll be more open to... I feel like we'll be more open to the perk system. It's gonna be more about farming levels rather than ults. Yeah, I mean, I just need to play it. Before I can really give heads or tails of it, I can say for a fact that the perk system is gonna be very polarizing and very divisive. But until I actually get in game and actually play it, I can't say whether it's a good change or a bad change. Because, like, for example, this is just basically a nerfed version of the Junkenstein's Lab game mode. Like, we can all agree on that. That this is basically just like Junkenstein's Lab, but like tuned down. But even then, I said like there should be like a dedicated game mode where it's just basically this, but expanded upon. But we kind of got the opposite, where it's like it was Junkenstein's Lab, but they like peeled back 3 layers of it. But yeah, the Freya or whatever the fuck this person's name is, she looks okay. This guy literally just looks like a fan character.
You'll learn more about him later this year. And before then, get ready for the Freya Hero Trial coming later in Season 15. Keep following the Overwatch 2 team on social media and our website. We'll release more hero comics and continue to share regular updates on balance changes for all of your favorite heroes.
Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Stadium. What is Stadium?
Season 16 is launching in April and is going to be another massive season. In addition to a new hero, theme, and some fun events, we have something extra special that has been in the works for a long time. Welcome to Stadium, the ultimate battleground for strategy, teamwork, and hero evolution. Stadium is the biggest game mode we've made.
I'm going to stop you right there. The last time we talked about Overwatch, I feel like I was very vocal when I said, let's stop making game modes. Because, like, here's my thing. I feel like they think making more game modes makes the game more fun. But I'd argue the opposite. Because, like, say, for example, you're an Overwatch 1 player, and your 3 game modes of choice are Control, Hybrid, and Payload. Like, those are your 3 favorite game modes, because they're the ones that you played Overwatch for. And then, the further we get into it, we have Push. Everybody hates it. Flashpoint. Well, I think that's one of the better game modes that they've made. It's kind of grown on me. I still would rather play an Overwatch 1 game mode over Flashpoint. Okay? And then Clash, which I have nothing positive. Well, no, I do have something positive to say about Clash. The maps look cool. They look visually cool, but that's where my compliments for Clash stop. I hate Clash. I said, dude, chat, for those of you who have been here for a long time, you guys know that I said from the jump when they announced Clash at BlizzCon, I almost said Blizzard World, BlizzCon. You guys know when they announced Clash at BlizzCon, I said this game mode was gonna be a fucking nightmare. I said it was gonna be a stompy nightmare. You guys, if you were there, you can vouch for me. I did say from the jump before the game mode even came out, this is gonna be a stompy mess. I said that from the jump, and then it came out and it was a stompy mess. And they've tried to fix it 2 or 3 times now, and they still can't fix it because it's a stompy mess. Okay? Remove Clash from the game. You had an idea. Nobody stopped you, probably because of some sort of toxic positivity bullshit. Okay? Or in the game studio, but nobody stopped you. And you should have just not made the game mode. You should have just realized from the jump, hey, this game mode, like, it's just not fun. It's just not fun. You should have realized that. This game mode is not fun. But I feel like what probably happened is again, the people in the dev team, they're not the highest skill rated players. I think the last time we heard about this, they were like mid to high gold. That was like the average skill level of the dev team. And so I feel like me, for example, like I'm not a fucking grandmaster player by any means. I'm not gonna glaze myself and say like, oh, I'm like the best player to ever play Overwatch, because I'm not. But I know enough about this game from playing it, from watching it, from just like being here for as long as I have been, where I can just pick up on things before they happen. And this was one of those things where I'm like, okay, Clash is gonna be a nightmare. And it turned out to be a nightmare. But listen, I'll let him talk, but like, please stop adding game modes.
Since Overwatch 1 was first released in 2016, TLDR, this mode is awesome. It's Overwatch gameplay like you've never seen before. Fast-paced rounds.
To play devil's advocate here, if it's Overwatch gameplay like we've never seen it before, can you still consider it Overwatch gameplay?
Nail-biting 5v5 matches, and a best-of-7 system designed to push every...
Best of 7? So this... Okay, so what I'm getting at... I hear a best of 7, and I think to myself, this is going to be Junkenstein's lab, but with a new coat of paint. Marvel Rivals looks weird? Yeah. It does, bestie. If it's in a separate queue, then that's fine. As long as this isn't in the main queue, I don't care.
Players' limits.
They can make as many custom game modes as they want, as long as it's not in the main queue. That's my standpoint. I'll die on the hill. If they can make 30 game modes that are dog shit that nobody wants to play, as long as they don't put it in the main queue. Like Clash, for example. Remove Clash from the main queue. Lock that behind arcade. Never to be seen again.
This is the arena where you don't just outplay the enemy, you outthink and outbuild.
You're surprised they expect people to stay for 7 matches? You know, people are going to be dropping out of that round 2. For sure.
Them too. Here's the twist.
Especially if you're getting stomped. But here's the thing. If it lasts 7 matches, it wouldn't last 7 matches. Like, if you get stomped, it would just be 4.
Each round, you'll earn coins based on how you...
First of all, like, this is just Clash. This is just Clash. Literally, this is Throne of Anubis.
You and your team perform. Use these to unlock and customize abilities for your hero. Choose from mods that boost survivability, like extra armor, amplify attacks with shorter cooldowns, or even add game-changing abilities. Stadium is packed with transformative powers and strategic encounters that enhance the hero fantasy well beyond anything we've released. This also includes the option to choose how you play in either a first-person or an entirely new third-person
Damn. The Marvel Rivals influence is crazy.
perspective from which to see more of the battlefield and your modifications in action. To go into detail and really showcase what Stadium is all about, I'm thrilled to introduce Dylan Snyder and, of course, the one and only Dion Rogers.
What's up, Aaron? Thank you so much, Aaron. Wow, this is crazy. Can you believe we're in Watch Point Gibraltar? Yes. Let's talk strategy. Picture this. Reaper flying, like literally flying, I'm serious, through the air to take down a pesky diva. Or Mercy enchanting a teammate to auto-res on death. The choice is totally yours, so build wisely. What works as an edge in one round might be the difference maker in the next. You'll be upgrading your hero until they're so powerful that Aaron has no choice but to make you the game director. You become a walking fortress by going all in on armor, or roast your enemy shields faster and more mercilessly than Dion roasts me every day for not knowing anything about obscure 1970s jazz. Because why not?
And visually, we've revamped everything from the ground up, creating a new user experience layout to make...
Okay, so I'm just gonna say it. A lot of you may not recognize this, but this is legitimately just the PvE skill tree system. This is like dead ass just the PvE skill tree system. The same thing they said was too hard to do. This is just like look at the PvE skill tree system, and then look at this. This is literally what this is. This is just the PvE shit.
Navigating your mods simple and fun. The fresh layout and intuitive icons transform strategy into art, giving you the arsenal to power up your hero as you progress through intense matches. Incorporating an intricate mod system, each choice you make is a step towards strategic dominance. Early in the game, you'll invest in affordable mods that lay a solid foundation for your team, giving you an immediate but modest boost. As the match heats up, you'll unlock access to more expensive and oh-so-satisfying mods that pack a serious punch, turning the tide in your favor. Each power-up is complemented by incredible visual effects, dynamically interacting with your actions to maximize the awesome feel of impact and intensity. You'll have complete control of your currency, so how and when you spend could be the key to victory.
It seems very MOBA-esque. Only when the game is about to die, they're like, wait, don't leave. Look, we have stuff that we promised right here 3 years after launch.
It's all about crafting the best version of your hero at the right moment.
In addition to mods you can buy, you'll also unlock even more powerful traits that won't cost you anything. Traits are meant to be defining aspects of your play expression, so we're making sure that they feel appropriately transformative. You may remember us teasing some of these in events like Trials of Sanctuary or Junkenstein's Laboratory. As Reinhardt, you can focus on improving your barrier, taking away the movement penalty while it's raised, and allowing him to activate it while charging. As Soldier 76, become a utility healer for your team while...
PvE. This is just PvE.
Improving your biotic field by increasing its range, attaching it to yourself, and buffing the attack speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace your true nature as a dive DPS by improving your health and damage resistance.
Okay, so here's what I want to know. This Kiriko, either she's very bad at aiming, or they added some sort of bounce to the kunais.
Speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace
Okay,
your
so they
true
added
nature
bounce
as
to
a dive
kunais.
DPS
Okay.
by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push.
Let Clash die. Let Clash. What did he say?
PS by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified...
Okay, so instead of 7 rounds, it's just 7 different... Oh my god. Chat, I'm so stupid. There's 7 different game modes in Overwatch. Because we have hybrid, control, payload, push, flash, and clash. Well, that's 6. What's the 7th one? 2CP? Wait, hold up. Payload, hybrid, control, push, flash, clash, 2CP. What would the 7th one be? I don't know.
Versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16, and we see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes.
Did you see that? Ryan Shatter anti.
Like payload race or
Maze snowball fight. Yep, that's it.
While this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build
Freeze
the best hero
thaw.
you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to evolve this mode into the biggest and best it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance.
Chat. I'm sorry. But remember when I said, okay, how do I explain this in the nicest way possible? Remember when I said that for PvE, you didn't have to release all the heroes at once, and instead you could release a selection of heroes because they said like doing 40 however many characters there were, let's just say 40, releasing 40 characters all at once with skill trees and for the PvE, it was just too much work. And so I suggested, what if you just did a curated selection of heroes, and as you release more missions, you would release like 2 extra heroes with skill trees. And then everybody looked at me as if I was crazy. We're like, no, you can't do that, because what if someone's favorite hero is fucking Monkey and there's no Winston? Like you can't do that. And like everybody said it was crazy. But now this is exactly what they're doing with this game. They just took the PvE skill trees, they renamed it to Stadium. They took out the PvE part, added an extra P in there, and made it PvP. And they're doing a curated list of heroes. Dude, honestly, at this point, I feel like they watched the stream. Honestly, it really just feels like at this point they watched the stream. Honestly, it really does.
And competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
I mean, the stadium thing seems interesting, but like we can all admit, like just to peel out the veneer for a second, this is just PvE, but instead of PvE, PvP. It's just all the stuff that they made for PvE, but they're just using it in a PvP setting. And also, they did exactly what I said, where instead of releasing all the characters at once, they're doing like a, you know, like I think I may have even said 14. I said like I think I may have even said like 14 or 20 years or whatever it was. By the way, May's Ice Heal now freeze. No, wait. May's Ice Heal now releases a blizzard around her with perks, but it doesn't freeze. Interesting.
We have some stunning cosmetics lined up, and I'm thrilled to brag about my team's hard work.
Mhm.
Earlier today, you saw a brief glimpse of Season 15, but let's dive a bit deeper. Our Season 15 Mythic skin is for Zenyatta. Zenyatta will have heavenly visual effects and sound effects to complement his godly ascension.
Wait, is he a monkey? I think he's supposed to be a monkey, chat. He's got a tail. Because these are like the little Chinese golden things. The little golden bowl looking things. Like, is it IDK the god he's based on? I don't know. All I know is that, that these are like the little gold things, which like if you're using this skin and you don't have like your gold Zenyatta balls, I feel like the skin you've lost the plot. But no, he's got a tail, and then this right here, it could be a stretch like a Son Goku, you know, Black Myth Wukong looking thing, like the little faceplate here.
Our concept artist jumped on this one. She was really inspired.
No, dude, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Even the tufts of hair are the same. This has gotta be based off of the Monkey King.
Inspired by the Golden Dragon Pichu.
Like, look at his hair. Even the hair looks like the Monkey King.
Rallied to make sure that we brought her vision to life in a way that felt specific and authentic. Our 5th mythic weapon is for Widowmaker, coming out at season 15.
It's not. Hold up. I'm not saying he is the Monkey King. I'm just saying like the inspiration is definitely Monkey King. What's a good example? Like, I feel like 90% of these images I'm looking at right now are... I feel like 90% of the images I'm looking at right now are AI generated. Okay, here's a good example. This is just Black Myth Wukong. But like I feel like this gives a good example. Like, you have the slicked back hair. The hairstyle is a little bit different here, but like typically... and then you have like the faceplate thing. They look similar to the oh, this is not on the screen anymore. To the Zenyatta faceplate thing, and then you have the pointy hair down here, which like looks like the tufts of hair under the chin over here.
We wanted something that truly embodied Widowmaker's hero fantasy, and our concept artist took that literally.
But no, see, so you got like the faceplate thing, the tufts of hair. This one doesn't have the tufts of hair, but usually when you see like the Monkey King, he has like the 3 tufts of hair, the 3 to 5 tufts of hair right here, and then he's got like the little chin hair, and he's also got a tail back here. You can't see in this image, but you can kind of see it right here. I think he's also got the tail. So I'm just saying it right now. I don't know a lot about Chinese mythology, but I feel like there's some Monkey King inspiration in here. Especially the side profile view.
Concept artist jumped on this one. She was really...
But not like look, dude, like, I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Inspired by the Golden Dragon Pichu, and the team rallied to make sure that we brought her vision to life in a way that felt specific and authentic. Our 5th mythic weapon is for...
Okay, I just thought about this. Here's my pessimistic view of Overwatch. Overwatch has technically been banned in China for so long that China has 0 mythic prisms. Okay, follow my train of thought here. They're releasing next season. They're releasing a Chinese skin based off of like Chinese mythology, whatever, for Zenyatta. Okay, you follow me here? And I don't think it's until like 2 or 3 seasons down the road, whatever they said, that Overwatch is coming back to China. So they know that like China and like Asian countries, like China and South Korea are like the 2 biggest spenders for like video games, microtransactions or whatever. I feel like they're doing this on purpose, and where they're releasing like a Chinese mythology skin the season before Overwatch comes back to China. That way the people in China who come back to Overwatch a season later will see that Zenyatta skin and be like, I want that Zenyatta skin, and will more likely buy mythic prisms to make more money. That's my conspiracy theory.
Widowmaker, coming out at season 15 mid-cycle. We wanted something that truly embodied Widowmaker's hero fantasy.
That's my conspiracy theory, Chad.
Took that literally. I don't have favorites, but if I did, the theme for our season 16 mythics is very near and dear to my heart. The team has been waiting forever to put our spin on the beloved Mahou shoujo genre. I'm so excited to introduce Doki Watch, which pits the heroes of heart against the hollow hearts. Doki Watch retains core elements of the magical girl aesthetic and blends them with the sleek technology of Overwatch.
Okay, let me rewind this real quick.
Mahou shoujo genre. I'm so excited to introduce Doki Watch, which pits the heroes of heart against the hollow hearts. Doki Watch retains core elements of the magical girl aesthetic.
So this one's Diva.
Against the hollow hearts. Doki Watch.
This one's Kiriko, because she's got the little tufts to the side. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Watch retains core
So this one's
elements of the
Kiriko.
magical girl aesthetic and blends
This one's Diva, because
them
the
with the
bunny
sleek
blaster.
technology of Overwatch. Our heroes'
This one's Freya, or whatever the fuck that new character's name is.
Magitech
Because the
weapons are
crossbow.
empowered by their animal
Brig.
familiars to fight against the hollow hearts
I think this is Freya again.
and their looming threat of woe. Tiny sharks,
Widowmaker.
a fox, a cat, and even mischievous
They got a backpack. This is Brig.
bunnies are ready to fight by your side. They're cute, they're fierce, and they'll make your heart doki doki. When it was time to pick the leader of the Heroes of Heart, the choice was obvious. Mars's favorite daughter gets a splash of pink.
Bro. It just keeps adding up. I know they showed a Venture skin earlier, but like, Venture has 2 skins. Well, no, Venture has 4 skins. They have that purple skin that was like a Twitch drop, I think. They have the ice cream skin, which was ugly and nobody bought. They have the Toph skin that like was ugly, and I feel like not as many people bought it because it just looked bad. And then they have this Hazard skin at the beginning of the thing, so they got 4 skins. Juno, this is like her 16th skin.
And her mythic skin. Juno's radiance spreads hope wherever she goes, making her extremely powerful in the fight against woe.
So is this the mythic? Is what you're saying? Because it looks like it upgrades. Is this a mythic?
Her skin features her magical shark companions, Deimos and Phobos, named for the moons of Mars. Personally, I'm partial to the pastel yellow Doki princess, but villain enthusiasts will love her corrupted evil look too. But don't worry, Mercy Mains, I've got you covered. She's getting the season 6.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think here. So Juno's getting a mythic? Is that what I'm gathering here?
Mythic weapon. At mid-season, the ridiculously cute
Hold
Make
up.
Your Heart Doki Doki. When it was time to pick the leader of the Heroes of Heart, the choice was obvious. Mars's favorite daughter gets a splash of pink in her mythic skin.
It is a
Juno's
mythic,
radiance
okay.
spreads hope wherever she goes, making her extremely powerful in the fight against
Fuck you,
woe.
Venture.
Her skin features her magical shark companions, Deimos and Phobos, named for the moons of Mars. Personally, I'm partial to the pastel yellow Doki princess, but villain enthusiasts will love her corrupted evil look too. But don't worry, Mercy Mains, I've got you covered. She's getting the season 16 mythic weapon. At
So Mercy mythic weapon, gotcha.
mid-season, the ridiculously cute Elios joins the fight. I'm not going to say much because I think the concept really speaks for itself. He's just a little guy.
I think visually this is like a cool like staff or whatever, but at the same time I feel like this guy's gonna be the most like, what's the word I'm looking for here? I feel like this guy's gonna be like the most like distracting thing on your screen.
Since Overwatch 2 was released, players have been asking for a mythic for this hero. She's a little bit of extra work for my team specifically, but it was time to make it happen. Our Season 17 mythic skin is for Diva. We hope she lives up to your expectations. For her mythic, Diva will take on the spiritual aura of South Korea's national animal, the Siberian tiger.
Why was chat wiped? I wiped it because there was a view bot thing and it got deleted, but it was still on the stream, so I wiped it because it was still showing up on the mainstream chat.
She'll have customizable hairstyles on the pilot, as well as a pink and an Empire Red colorway, so you can style her however you want. Season 17 will also feature Reaper's mythic weapon, designed to capture the allure of corruption. We asked our concept artist to make something edgy, and he really did deliver. With distinct weapons for each hand, they reflect Reaper's duality, his descent from beloved Overwatch commander to...
Chat, am I just losing the plot? Or like, Are they releasing more mythics per season? Because the next one's Zenyatta, and then they mentioned a Kiriko one, and then they mentioned a Diva one, like, and then we just heard about, like, Widowmaker, and then we heard about Mercy, and now we're hearing about Reaper. This is the entire year?
The feared talent agent. Oh, and one last thing. While we aren't quite ready to reveal them yet, throughout the upcoming year, we have some very exciting collaborations. But there's one coming in season 15 that me and my girlies can give us.
Okay. What season are we on? Are we in season 14? Are we in season 14 and the next one's 15? We're in 14. Okay, I've completely lost the plot.
Light reveal too.
Hello, we are the Seraphim. We're so excited to announce our second collaboration with Overwatch 2. Woo! There will be brand new in-game skins and cosmetics coming this March. We can't wait to reveal all the details, so stay tuned for more information. See you all in-game soon. Bye!
Okay, here's my thing. Okay, here's my honest take. When they first came to Overwatch, I had no idea who they were, and nobody in my community knew who they were either. That's not me throwing shade at them. They're bigger than Sin, and they're probably more famous than I will ever be. No, definitely more famous than I will ever be. It sounded like I was glazing myself for a second. They were more famous than I will ever be. So I don't want to sound like I'm insulting them. I've since this collab has happened, I have listened to one or two of their songs, and I think they're very talented artists, musicians, singers, whatever word verbiage you want to call them. But here's my honest opinion. It feels like we're taking a step backwards. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand why they're doing another Le Seraphim collab, because the first one made more money than God. Like, it made literally millions of dollars. So I understand why they would bring them back. But it still feels like this is a step backwards. Because it feels like instead of moving forward and doing another new, fresh collab, we're just getting the same thing over again, but this time with a little bit extra. You know what I mean? So, because you only get, like, what, 3-4 collabs a year? I forget how many we got last year or this year. Like, I forget like how many collabs we get a year. It's like 3 or 4, but like now this is definitively eating up one of those slots. So say that you wanted like fucking, I don't know, Attack on Titan or like Full Metal Alchemist or whatever to be like the next collab. Not saying that it ever would be, it's just naming random stuff. So say you wanted X thing to be a collab, now you're less likely to get X thing because this is eating up one of your collab spots for the year. So that's my standpoint on it. Like, I know this is going to make a shit ton of money. And while it may not be my thing, personally, I know it's going to be somebody's thing. If not most people's thing. But at the same time, I feel bad for the people who are still waiting for their thing to become like an Overwatch collab. Like, I don't know, like Lord of the Rings or something like that. They're still waiting for like their collab that resonates extremely well to them. And now they're less likely to get that thing or that collab that they've been waiting for or dreaming of because we're getting Le Seraphim again, and that's going to eat up again one of the collab spots. That's just my take on this. But I mean, I'm not against this, but I do feel bad for people who are still waiting for whatever collab to happen that hasn't happened yet, and now it's less likely to happen because Le Seraphim's going to eat up one of the collab spots for the year. Esports, amazing.
Hi gamers, this is
Hello,
Bailey
gamer.
from the Overwatch esports team. Something new is always coming to Overwatch, and Overwatch esports is no different. We've tweaked our competitive formats a bit to provide you all the things that you actually care about. More things to play in, more matches to watch, more coverage.
Okay, here's what I want to know. They said this, but I want to know this. Have they finally fixed the fucking, what's it called? Custom game launcher, not custom game launcher. What's the word that you would call it? Have they finally fixed the matchmaker at where the April Fool's patch and like regular Overwatch are just called the same thing? And so there's been several esports events now at where we've had to delay the games because they keep accidentally starting the game on the April Fool's patch. because there's like no signifier between this is the April Fool's patch, this is regular Overwatch, and have we fixed that? Or are we still dealing with that bullshit? I just want to know. I'm asking for a friend.
Of your favorite players, drops to earn, and some awesome dynamic gameplay through the addition of hero bands, which we've never done before. We just wrapped up our inaugural 2024 season at DreamHack Stockholm this November, where Team Falcons from OWCS Korea took home the win. We're really excited for the future of OWCS to provide the most accessible competitive environment that we have ever had. Want to know, though, how the OWCS is getting even better in 2025? We're going from 2 to 3 stages and live events, bringing you 3 events across the world to even more players. We're doubling the gameplay that we're providing and the number of broadcasts. We're introducing Faceit leaks to our ecosystem and integrating it directly into OWCS, making it easier to follow and providing more chances to compete and as
Wait, I'm confused. Was that not already the standard?
fun with your friends.
Was that not
Additionally,
already the
we're
standard?
adding a
Am
new
I
tournament
confused?
phase to the competition through a promotion relegation tournament, allowing more chances to qualify and new exciting stakes to your matches. On top of that, we're introducing a team partner program, bringing some iconic esports brands to OWCS across our different regions. We'll be supporting a bunch of in-game items that you can purchase so you can rep your favorite team, and the proceeds go directly to support those teams and
Okay, so I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there was some controversy with OWCS at where, like, Toronto Defiant, for example, in like teams that have been in Overwatch League and in the Overwatch community for years, didn't get one of these skin sponsored slots. And since then, it has led to like some people who have been a part of the community for a long time, like teams and brands, to completely just leave. Some more gracefully than others. But this just, like, I'm still salty about that. And I still think that, like, that's kind of shitty what they did to those characters. Not those characters, but to those teams. I still think that feels kind of shitty. And I still have not fully forgiven them for, like, just, like, doing that. But at the end of the day, like, they got to do what they think will make them money. And what they thought would make them money is screwing over people who have supported your community since day one. And instead siding with bigger brands, which they're not wrong.
and players. This year, we are also welcoming a few new regions to OWCS. We know how incredibly passionate our players in China and Australia are for esports. With the return of Overwatch 2 to China, we're excited to welcome those players to the OWCS with their own dedicated region to compete in. And
Wait. So let me get this right. Let me get this right. So you're going to have the the NA region, the EMEA region, the Asia region, which is South Korea and Japan, and then, like, I think some other places. And then China will have their own dedicated region. So it's going to be... Wait. So you're going to have the EMEA region, the NA region, the Asia region, and the China region. So there's going to be 4 different... There's going to be 4 different regions. Europe, United States, or I guess Europe, North America, Asia, and then China. What? I have to be mishearing that. Why would that not just be lumped into the Asian region or the Asia region?
our players in Australia are going to be joining the Pacific sub-region in OWCS Asia. We've introduced rank.
Okay. Let's go back on what they said.
This year, we are also welcoming a few new regions to OWCS. We know how incredibly passionate our players in China and Australia are for esports. With the return of Overwatch 2 to China, we're excited to welcome those players to the OWCS with their own dedicated region to compete in. And our players in Australia are going to be joining the Pacific sub-region in OWCS Asia.
Okay.
We've introduced rank-based divisions to Faceit and calling.
So, unless I misheard what she said again, China is its own region, and Australia is going to be a sub-region of the Asia region. Gotcha.
Heroes that just make matches more fair, competitive, and fun. The OWCS 2025 season is kicking off right now. Head to our channels or website to find the schedule so that you don't miss a single match. Then you can tune in to earn some awesome viewership rewards, cheer on your favorite players and teams, or learn a thing or two about your favorite hero. We hope to see you there.
Maybe.
Getting to be a part of this amazing team of brilliant developers, artists, engineers, and more, as we've evolved Overwatch together with all of you, has been one of the highlights of my career. We are so excited about all that has been shown today, but we didn't even touch on so many more great updates coming your way. Throughout the rest of this year, we are going to roll out numerous quality of life changes, such as map voting, and as Gavin mentioned, hero bans. We also didn't even touch on what is one of the most impactful changes coming later this year, more map reworks. There will be reworks of both original Flashpoint maps, Suravasa.
The first time I heard him say that, I thought he said Clash. Like yesterday when I was watching someone react to this. Or the day before when no, it would have been yesterday. I thought he said Clash, and I was like, motherfucker.
And New Junk City. We also are working on major reworks to another batch of classic maps, so you have to stay tuned as we share those details. And that's not even all for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is also coming to the game.
Okay, just hold up for a second. Want to save the replay? Nah, I'm good.
Of classic maps, so you have to stay tuned as we share those details. And that's not even all for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is also...
But what kind of map is it? See, here's the thing. This looks cool and all, but like... it also looks very boring at the same time. Like, you feel me? Like, what even is this map? Because like you gotta look at it. It's like, oh, are we fighting here? Okay, it's just a big open area with like one wall. Are we fighting here? Oh, it's just a big open area with one wall. Are we fighting here? Oh, it's just a big open area with one wall. Where does the map begin and end? Like where do you fight on this map? Like, I imagine like you fight inside this thing, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. I like they also didn't say what kind of map this was. Clash, flash, push. I mean, I don't know how you would push on this map. Payload, hybrid, control. I feel like it's probably a control map. Well, actually, no. They were talking about Flashpoint. This is probably a Flashpoint map because the map's fucking huge. This is probably a Flashpoint map.
Map is also coming to the game. And a new token as we share those details. And that's not even all for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is also coming to the game. And a new Tokyo map. We have so much planned to share with you.
The Atlantic Arcology map, it has to be a Flashpoint map. It has to be Flashpoint. It does look like Lucio Ball.
More details, more content, more ways to experience Overwatch. It is our goal to keep exploring and delivering new fun ways to play Overwatch than we've ever done before. I cannot wait to show you what this team has been working on. Thank you for the hours and hours of dedication you all give to this game. We are thrilled to keep working with you through feedback and engagement on growing what we do to improve Overwatch 2. I hope you all have a fantastic time when these changes start rolling out in just a few weeks with Season 15. Now let's go make a great game.
Okay, so here's my thing. I feel like there was a lot of W's in here. There was some stuff that were like they are positives, but I don't want to give them the W because it's stuff that should have just been in the game for the jump. Exploring and delivering to keep the game alive sounds more like, yeah. That's one thing. Like from like a more pessimistic angle, that's one thing that I guess you could say, where it feels like instead of it, it feels like I don't know what the vision for Overwatch is anymore. You know what I mean? Because in Overwatch 1, you had the crawl, walk, run vision, and where first you have PvP, then you have PvE, and then you have like an MMO in setting on the Overwatch universe, which I don't know how any of that would have ever worked, and we never will know how that would have worked. Like, but that was the original vision for Overwatch. You had crawl, walk, run, and where this is Overwatch, this is always going to be Overwatch, going to be new heroes, new maps, whatever. And then you had the MOBA version where they're going to make like PvE, like a MOBA or whatever. Or no, it was a PvE. It was Overwatch was inspired by MOBAs, but it was never going to be a MOBA. But then you were going to move to PvE, which got canceled and scrapped, and then reworked into Stadium, it looks like. And then you were going to make the MMO, which, again, I don't know what an Overwatch MMO would even look like. Only Jeff knows, and we'll never know. If Rivals didn't come out, Overwatch 2 would be the exact same. See, that's a pessimistic angle, but I really do feel like they've been working on this perk system ever since Junkenstein's Lab. Because they saw how popular Junkenstein's Lab was, and they were like, huh, this has like a 70% player retention since it's come out, and it was so popular that they even extended it and added a balance patch to it. So I feel like they've been cooking ever since then with the whole perk system thing, or the idea of being able to like upgrade stuff in the middle of the game. So I don't fully want to say like that was the Marvel Rivals thing, but I do feel like Hero Bands. I feel like Hero Bands was probably like a last minute band-aid that they added on because Marvel Rivals has it. I feel like the third person thing, which is hilarious to me that they added third person to Overwatch. I don't know. There was an interview with what's this guy's name? Aaron. There was this interview with Aaron like early last year, like around this time last year, where I forget who he was interviewed with. I think it was SVB. And where SVB was like comparing Overwatch, being like, how do you view yourself in the lens of like other competitive shooters, like say like Apex or Valorant or Fortnite or whatever. And then he had an excuse for why all the games that are doing way better than Overwatch are not Overwatch's competitors. And he's like, Valorant is like an extremely team-oriented, first-person shooter. It's like a lot different from Overwatch. And Apex is like, it's like its own thing. It's like a battle royale shooter. And then like Fortnite is like the everything game. And Overwatch is like this one thing. And like we're not gonna be like the everything game. But now it feels legitimately based off of this. What would you call it? This director, this Spotlight. It's called Spotlight. Overwatch Spotlight. It genuinely feels like they're pivoting to try and be like the everything game. You want 5v5? We got 5v5. You want 6v6? We got 6v6. You want perks? Now we have perks. You want to play Stadium, which who knows what the fuck Stadium is? Now we have Stadium. It feels like we're moving more towards like Overwatch not being like one specific thing, but sort of being like an everything game now. That's just what it kind of feels like to me. So while a lot of stuff in this Spotlight was cool and interesting and fun, what have you, it really does feel like, what are the words I'm looking for? It really does feel like the vision for Overwatch has kind of just fully lost the plot. I don't know what the vision for this game is anymore, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but like I genuinely don't know what the vision for this game is anymore. Anyway, let's talk about anime. I guess you could say this is like our mid-season anime review. Solo Leveling. I've been really enjoying Solo Leveling. I'll be completely honest with you, chat. I got tired of waiting for weeklies, and so I just went through and I read all of Solo Leveling. And I will say this, it's like a meme in like the anime community, or I guess like the manga, manhwa community. Like Solo Leveling is like peak fiction. But after reading all of Solo Leveling, like, I'm not just gonna spoil it or anything like that. I'm not gonna do spoilers for like what hasn't happened yet in the anime. But like I could definitely say like Solo Leveling is not peak fiction. It's not peak fiction. It is just your generic power fantasy that I think just got there first, and so it gets a lot of passes. Kind of like other animes where you'll be like, oh my goodness, say like Dragon Ball or whatever. Like Dragon Ball is like peak shonen or whatever. But since Dragon Ball's come out, like there's been a lot of things, or there's been a lot more stuff that's come out since Dragon Ball that is kind of like innovated and like raised the bar from where Dragon Ball set the bar, like, you know, like say 20, 40 years ago. Or I guess 20, 30 years ago, not 40. Or I guess we're encroaching on 40 years now. But yeah, Solo Leveling, I've been enjoying it. 8.5 is probably a little bit high for me. I'd say, I don't know. I'll agree with this. I'll say 8. Sakamoto Days, I don't know. I'm not taking this one too seriously. This is just one of my, you know, put on in the background animes while I'm reading manga, and I've been enjoying it. I think 6 is definitely too harsh, but I think 7 is probably a good thing. Like this right here, I feel like this is underrated. The 8.7, the Apothecary Diary Season 2. I love this series. Like this series for me came out of nowhere. It's interesting. It looks good. It sounds good. The plot's good. Like everything about this is like interesting. Because you have this character, Mao Mao or Xiao Mao, whatever you want to call her. And she's an apothecary. She works in the Emperor's, you know, back court palace, whatever you want to call it. She works under the, well, she doesn't work under the Emperor, but she technically works for the Emperor, like in the Imperial Palace. And like she's always having to like figure shit out and solve stuff. Oh, this is cute. I mean, this is definitely not canon. This is just like a funny little thing, but this is cute. But I could gush over this shit all day. I like the characters. I enjoy the world. I like it how even though like it's sort of like every episode's sort of like a Scooby-Doo mystery type thing, like it doesn't feel like, it feels like Shamao's actually smart, you know what I mean? And not like somebody who's trying to write a smart character. Shamao feels like a smart character and not someone trying to write a smart character. That's what I really enjoy about this show. Like you can kind of get the idea or the thought process behind her actions and what she's doing and stuff. And that's always really, really fun. Like, look at these screenshots. Like, again, a lot of these aren't canon. Like, I think anything that you see with these two characters, like, isn't canon, and these are just, like, screenshots for, or just, like, pictures for the sake of being pictures. Promotional images, if you will. But the world genuinely feels lived in. I would give this a 9. I would give this a 9, maybe a 10 on a good day. I really, really, really have been enjoying Apothecary Diaries. Dr. Stone, I don't watch Dr. Stone. I don't really care about Dr. Stone. That's my opinion, Chad. I'm not saying Dr. Stone's bad. I'm just saying it's not my thing. 100 Girlfriends? I think season 2 is higher rated than season 1. Yeah, season 1 had a 7.7, and then this season has an 8. I think 8's probably about right. Here's the thing with 100 Girlfriends. I really do like this series. I really, really do like this series. But as the manga goes on, it really evolves over time. Like because I can see someone seeing season 1 of this anime and then being like, that's it, and then just writing it off. But it's really one of those things where you have to kind of like give it a chance, because each chapter kind of builds upon itself, and the way these characters like interact with each other and all that jazz, it's really, really fun. Also, it's really funny because like you guys don't get any of these references, but in this image alone, there's like a bunch of reference. So like, so this character right here, This is Mai. This is Chio. This is Rin. This is Tama. Like this character's Momiji, Uto. I don't think saying the characters' names is really spoilers. But basically, like, this bow was a reference, these butterflies is a reference, this hat's a reference, this bandana is a reference, this, what would you call it? I don't know if this is a choker, because, like, this character wears a lot of frills. But this little fluffy thing, this little Lolita outfit piece is a reference. This sake bottle is a reference. These cat ears are a reference. The violin's a reference. This little hair bonnet or whatever is a reference. These glasses are a reference. See, this one is harder, the 2 playing card, because I feel like that could be 2 different characters. But it's a number, so I feel like it's a reference to this one character. Yeah, what all new girlfriends are we getting this season? We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're getting 5. Are we averaging 5 a season? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we got 6 last season, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. We'll find out. Because the whole thing with season 1 was you had the 5 girlfriends, and then you had the secret 6th girlfriend from the first season. So I wonder if that's how they're going to do it this time, or we'll get 6 girlfriends total this season, but they're only showing off 5. Also, I feel like I need to give it an example or a quick explanation for what this series is. So 100 Girlfriends is a series. It's a satirical parody of the harem genre, which is like really, really self-aware and really, really funny. And where this guy has, Rintaro, he has 100 girlfriends or 100 soulmates, and who he is destined to meet before he graduates from high school, and he has to romance all of them or they will die, literally die of a broken heart. And so that's the basic plot. If it sounds ridiculous, it is, and it is probably one of the most hilarious self-aware harem parody satires I think I've seen ever, really. Because, like, here's a good example. 100 Girlfriends is like the satirical parody of the harem genre that One Punch Man is of the superhero genre. That's a good way to explain it. So 100 Girlfriends is to harem what One Punch Man is to superheroes. Oh my god, this show pisses me off so much. This show pisses me off so much. Legitimately, this girl has 0 redeeming qualities whatsoever. So you have like this guy who's like the top student, this girl who I think is like the 2nd ranked student. She's a tsundere. I have mixed feelings about tsunderes. Sometimes I like tsunderes, sometimes I don't like tsunderes. It goes on a case-by-case basis, but basically, she's a tsundere. She likes him. He doesn't like her. He hates her. But it's one of those things where they're forced into a arranged marriage, and eventually they'll fall in love with each other. But this girl in the background, she likes him. And then, honestly, I mean, they don't have much on-screen time, but I hope they get together. I don't even know who this pink-haired girl is. I don't think she's been introduced yet. And then this girl right here is, like, his sister. She's got, like, a brother complex, but she's, like, one of the funniest characters, so I don't care. This is my hate watch of the season. I said this last time, but this right here, I'm getting married to a girl I hate in my class, is low-key my biggest hate watch of the season. I give it like a 6. The show just makes me mad, but that makes me want to watch it even more. This show right here, Zenshu, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's kind of bad. This show's kind of bad, and let me just explain. So basically, you have this girl named what is her name? Hirose Natsuko. So Natsuko is an animator, and then she dies from like choking on sushi or eating like bad shellfish, whatever the fucking thing was. They made like a pun with it. So she dies from eating some food, like through like food poisoning or choking whatever, and then she gets isekai'd into a world that like she helped animate or whatever. So she knows like all like the superficial stuff, like everything that was in the movie, because she made the movie or helped make the movie. She knows, but like there's like some episodes where there's some stuff where she's like, oh my god, I didn't know this was like a plot point because it was never directly in the movie, and so it's the world just like fleshing itself out. So while it was a very interesting idea, because her whole isekai power is well, here's the idea. So that she gets isekai'd to a world that she helped create, in which it's like this fantasy world where there's only one civilization left. The entire world has been destroyed, as far as I can tell, or as far as I know. So there's one last remaining like human / like sentient life settlement, and the rest of the world has been destroyed by these things called the voids. And she has a special power at where she can bust out this animation desk by using this little ruler thing right here. I don't know what this is called, but just a little ruler thing that spawns this desk at where she can animate really fast, like a superpower to like help her defeat the void. But the caveat is say that if she uses the Power Rangers to defeat one void, she can't ever repeat the same thing. So if she uses Power Rangers on one, she can't use Power Rangers on another. Or if she uses Goku on one void, you can't use Goku on the next void, or even like 20 voids from now. Whatever. And the plot seems interesting enough, but very quickly you realize like this anime doesn't know where to go with that idea. It doesn't know how to explore this idea. Because wouldn't you know it, chat? A world that is designed off of the concept of a movie, when you go inside that world, this superficial world that's just like a movie or an anime movie, you don't really have a lot to work with. When the idea is you just fight like this anime is legitimately like I would compare it to like Inuyasha. Or Inuyasha, it's not bad, but at the end of the day you can just boil it on Inuyasha just fighting the villain of the week, and that's what this anime basically is. It's a very well animated, very aesthetically pleasing, villain of the week anime essentially. With a world that honestly, it's not awful, but I don't think it's that interesting of a world for us to be here for how many episodes? For us to be here for 12 episodes. So the plot and the world is, I mean, I could be wrong because we're only like say 6 episodes in. It could become one of the best animes of the season for me, but right now I give it like a 6. It had a very good idea for a show, and it's even being made by a very, renowned studio like Mappa. But at the same time, like, I feel like they just dropped the ball with this one. It really just doesn't feel like there's enough. It doesn't feel like there's enough meat on the bones of this anime to really justify having it. Have I seen Corpse Party? Hold on, let me look that up real quick. It sounds familiar. Have I seen Corpse Party? I think I have. It looks familiar. I think I've seen it. I've definitely heard of it, and I definitely know of it, but I don't know if I've seen it. Because it says it's a video game. No, if it's a video game series, I definitely haven't played it. If it has an anime, maybe I've seen it, but if it's a video game, then I definitely haven't played this. But I know of this, though. I've definitely seen this in, like, the pop culture or, like, the zeitgeist. It has an anime? Maybe I have seen it then. When did the anime come out? If it has an anime, then maybe I have seen it. A long time ago? 2013? Yeah, that sounds about right. I probably have seen this then. Because there's a lot of animes that I've seen that I just don't fucking remember rewatching. Corpse Party was pretty cool. Yeah, I probably have seen this. I definitely know of this, but I can't say for certain if I've seen it or not. But I definitely know of this. It's 50-50 because there's been some animes that I've gone through and tried to like watch and where I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen this before. I turn it on and then I'm like, wait a minute, this seems familiar. And then the next episode happens, I'm like, wait a minute, this seems familiar. And then like I get like 70% of the way through the series and where I'm like, no, I've definitely seen this anime. I've definitely seen this anime. I feel like it might be one of those. All right, next one is I may be a guild receptionist, but I can solo any bot. Hold up, I need to go grab some water. My throat's getting all scratchy. I've been talking for 4 hours. Did you guys have JetX over in the UX? We had JetX, like the little. Hold up, let me look it up real quick. Oh, yeah. This guy. Yep, we had this. Yeah, we had this guy. Yeah, I forget what channel it was on, but we had this. I always called it JetX. Because like I forget how they would say, they'd be like, JetX! Or whatever. But yeah, we had this. Anyway, I will be right back because my throat's getting really dry. I need to get some awesome logo. It is an awesome logo. I love how it's like the Netflix font. Anyway, I need to get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, this one. This anime, this is like a 6. This anime is like bad, but like it's one of those animes that where like it's like you watch it because it's bad. You liked it? You like what? This? This anime is one of those animes at where you're not expecting Shakespeare, you're not expecting fine art, but you can tell just by looking at this anime exactly what you're getting into. It's probably only because you read the novels. I can relate to that because Tsukimichi Moonlight Fantasy, I'm in the same boat at where I've watched both seasons of the anime, I've read the manga, and then I've read a majority of the light novels. I'm on chapter, I believe, 309, and I've been on 309 forever. Every time I talk about Tsukimichi, people ask me, what chapter are you on in the light novels, or have you read the light novels? I've been stuck on 309 for a minute. I just haven't had the time or been in the mood to read it. But I can definitely get that, where I could see this being like a better light novel or whatever. But as it stands, I get this like a 6, just because like it's like a guilty pleasure thing. Like you're not expecting like Attack on Titan level quality with this, but you know exactly what it is. Okay, let me look this up real quick. Yes. I know what this is. I know what this is. I probably couldn't explain the plot to you, but I know of this anime. I was about to say, yeah, it's 2009. I was about to say that this was one of those like mid 2000s animes that like I feel was kind of like how do I explain it? This is one of those mid 2000s animes and where I feel like everybody at the time was watching it or knew about it, but like since then I feel like nobody really knows about this or talks about it. Probably the most odd one you've seen. Hold on, let me see if I can find this one anime. Hold up. I watched an anime recently. Let me find it real quick. I know I can find it. Give me a second. The anime was called Tenjo Tengi. Hold up, let me find this real quick. So basically, the way I found this anime, I watched this the other day. The way I found this anime was by it popped up in my YouTube feed as like an OP because I've been getting recommended a lot of like old anime OPs, which I like to like watch them and listen to them from time to time. And then you had this anime pop up at where this anime is all over the place. Because you have this character who's like the main character. You have this guy who's the main character. You have this guy who is the main character. You have this girl who is the main character. And basically, this show doesn't know who is the leader of this show. Because when they introduce this character, they're like, oh, he's the main character. And then they do a flashback for 8 to 10 episodes of its like 20 episode run. And where it's like, nope, she's the main character. And then like part of the way through the flashback, they pivot from her to this guy, and now he's the main character. And then the flashback ends, and then she becomes the main character. And then they were like, oh shit, we forgot this guy's supposed to be the main character, and then they pivot back to this guy. This show like is all over the place. The best way for me to describe this show is like I forget what it's called, like King of High School or whatever that one anime was called, and where it's basically just like a shonen battle manga, and where they're battling to become like the kings of the school type deal. I mean, there's a lot more plot going on besides that, but that's the closest thing that I can compare this to. You remember the show vaguely? It's Tenjo Tengi. That's just what it's called. It just translates to heaven and earth, or earth. Yeah. The English would just be heaven and earth, but it's just called Tenjo Tenki. That's what it's called. But this shit's all over the place. Next, okay, honey lemon soda. This dude, 6.8. This show's not a 6.8. This show, I really enjoy this show. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what this show's about, but you have this guy who's like popular, but like he's got like a deep brooding past. You have this girl who's sort of like a recluse, but she tries her best to be like, what's the word? She's kind of antisocial, kind of a recluse, but she tries her best to come out of her shell. And then these are just like supporting characters. They don't really have any personality. I mean, they do, but I can't really define them right here. But The art style looks good. It's a very human story. It's very slice of life, very human in its storytelling. I would give this like a 7. Maybe on a different day I could give it like an 8. But like, it's very human in its story. It's slice of life. I mean, I guess you could give it the romance because these two will most definitely get together at some point. But I'd say it's less romance and more slice of life. But it's very human in its like character and world building, in my opinion, at least. I have a crush at work. I think I dropped this, if I'm being honest with you. I don't even remember if I'm still watching this. This show is boring as fuck. Like, genuinely, this show is boring as fuck. So you have these two who are dating. And speaking of boring as fuck, I think they even fuck in this show. I mean, it doesn't show it, but it shows like the before and the after. But not like the during. This show is boring as hell. So you have these two characters who they work in the same office, and they start dating episode 1 like the very beginning, and they don't want anybody to know that they're dating, so they just pretend they have this facade that they fucking hate each other. But here's the thing, they're really bad at like keeping their secret. In like by episode 4 or 5, whatever episode that I stopped on, if I'm even still watching this, I don't even remember if I'm still watching this or not. They like at least two, maybe 3 people have like found out that they're dating, and it's like a whole ass thing. Like, this show's boring as fuck. Honestly, don't watch this show. This show's a fucking 5. Like, if you like it, I'm sorry for insulting it. Like, by all means, you know, speak your piece, live your truth. But like, this show is just fucking boring, dude. It's just so goddamn boring. This show's also very boring. And it's going for like sort of like a Comey song, or like the rumbling in my heart type of deal. It's like one of those type of animes, and where it's a romance, it's a rom-com sort of deal. Not really a slice of life, but you have this character who her entire life she's been told how beautiful and amazing she is. Everybody sniffs her farts. Everybody's up her fucking ass, and just thinks she's great. And then you have this guy who, he does secretly like her, but he doesn't show it because, like, I forget what his weird reason is, but like whenever she like flirts with him or like tries to get him to fall in love with her or to like her, like, he plays it off as if he doesn't care, and slowly but surely that's making her kind of like him. It's one of those type of stories. It's nothing crazy, but like, honestly, I think a 6 is probably well deserved. This is about a 6. Its story and its execution is just kind of boring. I'm not watching this. Headhunted to Another World, From Salaryman to Big Four. This show is just kind of like a guilty pleasure watch. It's not amazing. It's not Shakespeare, but it's something that you can put on and you like, you know it's bad when you're watching it, but you came here for a bad show, and that's exactly what you're getting. Also, I just want to give a small update. Remember how I said I predicted this would be a big titty anime girl? Like, this person in this suit was going to be a big titty anime girl? I was right. I called that from the jump, and I was right. I have never heard of this. I've never seen this. Also, speaking of never seen, I don't even really know who this character is. I think they're one of the big 4, but like, they're never on screen. So you have this guy, this girl who likes this guy, this girl who I don't even know. She's like never there. I don't know what she does. And then you have this girl who is a big titty anime girl, but they put on this suit because they don't want people to know that they're a big titty anime girl. But I totally called it though. Go back, chat. But like, I totally called this was a big titty anime girl, and I was fucking right. Oh yeah, also another thing the show does is like, there will be a scene at the end of the episode where he's sitting in a bar. And I don't really know whether these scenes are real or not, because sometimes it seems like he's actually there, and sometimes it seems like this bar does not really exist, and it's just sort of like an illusion, or like maybe like a memory or something like that. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like he's actually in the bar, like in the present time, and other times it feels like this guy is like this bar just isn't real, or it's like a flashback of some sort. It's hard to explain. But yeah, I get this is a solid 6. I think that sounds about right. This show, honestly, it was really boring. I watched 2 episodes, couldn't care less about this show. It's one of those characters that were like, she's a smart character, but she was not written by a person who knows how to write smart characters. So she's just kind of boring. And therefore the show is boring. I dropped it. This show, this show, it's another trash isekai, but I enjoy it. And I've read like the manga. Obviously it's based off a light novel, but I've read all of the manga. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, the entirety of the manga that I've read is it's like, say, like 40 chapters long. In 40 chapters, this anime does in like 5 episodes what took this manga 40 chapters, which is kind of funny. Like, here's an example. Like, this is the goddess. This is the guy. These are the 2 first girls. This is the girl that we ended on in the manga. And I don't even know who this is. I don't even know who this is. So, by the end of this anime, it will have passed the manga, which is kind of funny. But one thing that's funny about this show is that, like, in the show they kind of do this, but in the manga they really do this. They spend way too many chapters trying to like condone slavery. It's kind of weird. And where they're like, nah, so, listen, I get it. The word slavery sounds kind of controversial, but this isn't like weird slavery. This is like the cool slavery. You know what I mean? Like, they're into it. You know, the slaves, they're chill. You know, they may be slaves, but they also have right. Like, they spend way too long trying to explain why slavery existing is not weird. And they spend way too many chapters just being like, okay, so like the slaves have rights. Like, you can't abuse your slaves because then that cancels the contract. You can't, you know, boink them because, like, you know, it says in the contract that you can't boink them unless they consensually, you know, want to boink. They go in way too much detail of all the reasons why this is not like weird for slavery to exist, which is kind of funny. Because I think it's the most effort any author has ever done to try and like work slavery into their story and then try and explain why it's not weird. Because usually it's just like Shield Hero level bullshit where it's like, yeah, they're slaves. What of it? Yeah, this is just a thing that exists. But this show spent way too much time, or at least the manga spent way too much time trying to be like, no. It's chill. They're into it. Which I just thought was kind of funny. I feel like slavery as a gimmick in anime, or like in like anime / manga fiction, I feel like it's just a very cheap way to build a party or a cast of characters and give them all a reason to be together. Kind of like how, you know how like in One Piece, like we had to spend the entire first East Blue Saga just getting our crew together, and then we slowly added crewmates over time. Slavery is just like speedrunning like a team. You know what I mean? It's like speedrunning a team. It's like, okay, we have our main protagonist who is 9 times out of 10 an isekai protagonist, and we got to give an excuse for him to A, have a party, and B, give like a exposition dump to the main character and to the audience, which is usually just in the form of like a slave character. That's what it feels like to me. It just feels like it feels like slavery in anime / manga / light novels, I guess. It's just a cheap way to speed run like the plot. That's what it feels like most of the time. And it's almost always lazy, especially in the anime adaptations. This show's ass. I'm not even gonna bother explaining this show. This show's ass. Unless you really like bad anime, don't watch this, because this show is really bad. Yeah, 6 sounds about right. Six may even be a little bit too high. This is a 6. The anime adaptation is a 6, but I give the manga like a 7. Because I don't think the manga is that bad, but like it spends way too much time just explaining stuff in the manga. Yeah, this is definitely a 6, maybe a 5. This show is a bona fide 5. I'd say that 5.8. This show's ass. This show is ass. Like, it's really bad. Like, this show isn't an isekai, but I wouldn't blame you if you thought it was an isekai. So you have this guy who has the skill fruit master, and so because he's fruit master, he can eat as many skill fruits as he wants and get an infinite amount of skills. This girl has like the sword master skill or like the sword saint skill. I don't know what hers is. I don't know. Hers is like shadow puppets or like necromancy marionette, something like that. I don't know. Anime recommendations again, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't say this is really recommendations. This is just like, I like to do this like once or twice in anime season, and where I just kind of go through and tell you what I'm watching and like either why I'm watching it or like why I stopped watching it. But this show, genuinely, I think this may be the worst show of this season. But I'm still watching it because like it's like it's so bad that like it wraps back around to being fun to watch. But yeah, this isn't an isekai, it's just a pure fantasy, but it has all the tropes of isekai with like overpowered main protagonist Kun and like his harem of girls also, but this girl's like a bad guy, but maybe eventually she'll become, you know, infatuated with the main character, I don't know. But right now it's just like this guy, this girl, and then this girl I guess will eventually join the team, but right now she's just like a character that they're helping out. Had trouble reading your comment for a sec? I mean, no, but sure. I don't know. But this is definitely a 5. This is hands down probably the worst anime this season. This right here, this is just, I'm not even gonna explain this one. This one's fucking hentai. This show is fucking hentai, dude. This is our season's redo of Healer. So you have main character who is the cat. You have elf girl who is in love with the cat. You have this girl who was a dragon that the cat defeated and then reincarnated as like a dragonkin human person who also likes who's also in love with the cat. Then you have this cat girl who is also in love with the cat. They all want to boink the cat. That's all I'm gonna say. That's basically this anime. A bunch of anime girls wanting to boink the cat. That's the anime. That's all it is. I've read a little bit of the manga of this. Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. So basically, here's the plot of this show. Yeah. You have this guy who every time he falls asleep, he isekais to another world, to this elf's world. More characters who fall for animals. Ugh. Yeah. Yay, out of seasonal hentai. Disguises anime quota. Now for Yuri furry flavor. Yep. Sounds about right. So basically the plot of this anime is this guy, every time he falls asleep, he isekais to this girl's world, and they became friends. And then in the first episode, they get killed, but like every time he's about to die, he just blips back to his world. But because they were like holding on to each other, whenever he get almost killed before he get blipped back, she gets reverse isekai'd into our world or into his world, whatever you want to call it. And then now like they just hang out, and it's just like kind of it's like half isekai, half reverse isekai, half rom-com slice of life, half fantasy. It's got a lot of different melting pots going on around here. And then you got this character right here who's like a dragon that will be introduced later, but I don't think it's currently in the anime, but like I mean, you can see her right here, the promotional images. I love how they made like the same shot, but like this one's autumn, this one's spring. But it's just the same image. But no, it's sort of like a slow burn anime. I'm enjoying it. 7 seems about right. Sure, why not? What's the anime where the guy switches bodies with someone, but has to kiss them first before doing so? That's a good question. The first thing that popped in my head is To Love Ru, but it's not To Love Ru. I mean, I feel like that sounds familiar, but I don't know off the top of my head what it would be called. Because there was also that one show called like Camphor. I'll never forget one of one of my good friends, my buddy Nate, he recommended Camphor to me. And Camphor is so weird. I forget the exact plot to Camphor, but basically, you have these people who get this, I think it's alien technology, these little bracelets, that turn them into these super powered, half human, half alien warriors. You gonna search that up too? Yeah, search it up and see what it's called. Because I'm curious. Because it sounds familiar, I just don't know what that would be called. But like Camphor, like so like they get these superpowered bracelets, but they turn into anime girls. So you get this girl who's like shy, but then when she uses the power of her like her superpowered alien bracelet, she turns into like a more brash, superpowered tsundere type girl. And then you have the main character guy who just turns into a chick. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, why did my buddy recommend this to me? I still watched it, but like I that was like one of the weirdest animes that like my buddy had ever recommended to me. Then again, I've recommended some weird animes to my friends too. I think I even remember asking him, I'm like, why did you recommend Camphor to me? And then they were like, I don't know, I just liked it. I was like, all right, that's cool. That's all I needed to know. But Camphor is one of the weirder animes I've watched. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. This anime, like, I like otome isekais, and this is an otome isekai where like this dad, this old man, gets isekai'd as the villainess, and the more the show goes on, the crazier and more zany it gets. Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches. Okay, let me look that up real quick. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this. I mean, it looks vaguely familiar. Like, I probably saw a trailer for it whenever it was coming out or whatever. Wait. No. I've seen at least one episode of this. Because I recognize these two characters. So either I read a little bit of the manga, if there's a manga, or I've seen at least one episode of this, because I recognize this green-haired guy and this blonde-haired girl. But I don't think I watched it. It's funny. I might check it out. But yeah, I don't think I've seen it. I think I've seen it. I've either read like 1 or 2 chapters of the manga, or I've seen at least one episode of the anime. But I definitely recognize these characters. Anyway, back to this anime. From Bureaucrat to Villainess. This show gets even more zany. Like, this show gets more zany and more ridiculous the more I watched it. Because typically, it's like, in the otome isekai genre, the goal is never to get back to like your original world. And it's always just like, you're just stuck in the... You're just stuck in the otome isekai world. And you never get to return to your world. But it seems like this anime is like doing like a different spin, and where basically if the dad completes the video game, the otome isekai, video game, then and survives and makes it to the end without like, triggering a death flag or whatever, he can come back. I don't know for certain that's the plot, but that seems to be where the anime is going so far, which is a more interesting take. But I've been enjoying it. I'd say like 7. I don't think this is quite 8 status, but I think 7's definitely a good number for this. So far, this is like a high 6, low 7 for me, but I don't do points, so I guess I'll just say 7. Leo, the Yuri furry isekai has a dedicated fandom. What the fuck? This? Or just like... do you just mean in general? Or are you referring specifically to this? You cross-searched it, and apparently it has a cult fan base. Are you talking about this anime specifically? The anime? Dude, that's fucking news to me, man. Like, there's like no plot. There's no plot to this show. There's really not. I watched 2 or 3 episodes just to kind of see where it would go, and this anime has no plot. Legitimately no plot. It's just all boobs and all of them trying to rizz up the cat. Blue Exorcist, I haven't seen this season yet. Hey, if Redo got one, I'm just gonna say it. I'm surprised Redo of Healer didn't get a second season. Because I feel like... How do I explain it? I feel like Redo of Healer was more popular than people let on. Redo of Healer was really fucked up. But I feel like it made such big waves for being fucked up that like enough people watched it. It feels like it would get a second season. And then it would probably die in the second season. That's how I felt about Redo a Healer personally. I feel like it was so controversial that like fans watched it, people who didn't know what it was watched it, and people who just kind of wanted to see fucked up shit, they watched it. And it feels like one of those animes where it was more popular than what it was like publicly perceived, and we get a second season. But then the second season would flop, and then we wouldn't get any more Redo of Healer. But we're not getting a second season ever. Which is probably a good thing. That's probably for the best. But we are getting a second season, I think, of the world's finest assassin or whatever, or the world's greatest assassin, whatever that anime is called, that was made by the same person who made a Redo of Healer. I did enjoy that anime, but then I watched a clip from this one YouTube video that was like, where this guy was going through and watching like all the isekais that exist. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because in the show, there's some very weird scenes in the World's Greatest Assassin show. But it's kind of funny that I didn't remember any of them. Like I feel like as an anime fan, like sometimes you'll just see something really weird and you just kind of block it out. You just kind of pretend that it didn't exist. And apparently there was a couple of those moments in the World's Finest Assassin show. But I still enjoyed it overall. I still think the end of season 1, where you find out that like the main love interest is like his fucking cousin or some shit like that, I thought that was weird. But I wish they didn't do that. But besides that, I thought it was cool. I mean, they don't do that, but... But she definitely was a love interest. This show... I'm gonna be honest with you. This show gives me Mashle vibes. How do you feel about Ponyo? It's probably one of my least favorite Ghibli movies. I don't hate Ponyo. I just don't think it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. I don't think Ponyo's a bad movie. I don't hate Ponyo. But like, if I had the opportunity to choose any Ghibli movie and Ponyo was in that pile, I would probably like 9 times out of 10 not pick Ponyo. This show, I don't even know what the show's about. I'll be completely honest with you. Like, I get the general idea. Disney. I don't know why I said Disney. I think the reason why I said Disney is because just the way that my mouth was like shaped. What as I was saying it was, I was in the D shape instead of the like the D instead of the G shape of my mouth. You I was making more of a duh instead of a j, and so I think that's one reason, and 2, Disney handles the English releases for the movies. They have like the streaming rights or whatever, if you will, for Studio Ghibli, so that's probably why. Yeah. I felt like it was a mixture of those two reasons. But anyway, so this show, like, I forget who it was, but someone was hyping up this show for me, like, hard. They were like, this show's awesome, it's amazing, blah 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 blah. They were kissing the show's ass, talking about how great this show was and how, like, good of a fantasy show this is. And then I watched it for like 2 or 3 episodes, and I'm pretty sure I've officially dropped it at this point. I just don't like this show. I don't know what it's about. Like, I don't understand the world building. I don't understand the characters. I don't understand the plot. But like, this show is my mashal of this season. And where someone really hyped this show up for me. What's another show that I had like the mashal effect with? Helk. That's another show and where people said, this is gonna be amazing, watch Helk, and then I watched it and didn't like it. And then same with Mashal, where people hyped up Mashal and then I watched it, I didn't like it. What's the anime in English? Ubel Blatt over here. Ubel or Ubel, however you say it. But yeah, the basic plot of this show is this guy, he gets betrayed by his party, and they kill him, and then they go off, become like the great heroes or whatever, and then he comes back, but I don't know exactly how he did it, but somehow he's in a different body, because before he was human, but now he's in like this little, you know, tiny lolly twink, half-elf body looking thing. I don't know. It's really weird. A lot of plot's kind of convoluted, and I just don't care about what's happening. I think these are his former party members right here. These guys. This show, I've read the manga for this, and this has all the plot. This has all the pieces of an isekai, but like basically, they're adventurers and they dungeon crawl. And while they dungeon crawl, this little bat-looking thing is actually like a video camera that will live stream their dungeon crawl. And basically, this is the world where people explore labyrinths or dungeons, if you will. And in those labyrinths/dungeons, they live stream it, and then they get like money from it or whatever. This guy gets kicked out of his party because they didn't appreciate him, or technically he leaves his party before they kick him out. But he leaves the party, and they're like, "Whoa, you're not leaving, you're fired." He's like, "Well, you can't fire me because I already left." And then he joins these people who are all young rookie adventurers. Well, they're not rookies. They were rookies when he trained them. But these are all young adventurers who are semi rookies, but still kind of fresh, that he helped train. So she's like a mage. She's like a blue mage or some shit like that, or like a black mage, whatever. And he's a red mage. And red mages are more like utility, blue mages or black mages, whatever she are more like magic people. She's like a magic archer, and then she's like a magic swordsman. And so he helped these 3 girls, like trained them when they were rookies. And then now, since he left his party, these 3 made a party, and then they invited him to their party, and then they form a party. They make him the party leader, and they call it Clover. But yeah, it's a very generic show. It's something that I would be like, if you want to put this on in the background while you're doing something else and just kind of like casually watch it, I feel like this would be a good casual watch. But I feel like if you had to sit down and actually watch it, you're probably better off spending your time somewhere else. Yeah, I give it a 6. This show, I've been really enjoying this show. Okitsura fell in love with an Okinawan girl. But I just wish I know what she's saying. All right. I feel like that should be new, but I just wish I knew what she was saying. That's probably a typo. But basically, you have this guy who likes this girl who has a thick Okinawan accent, and he can't understand what she's saying. And then you have this girl who knows what she's saying because she's a native, but she also speaks regular Japanese and not Okinawan Japanese. And so she likes him. He likes her, and then I don't think she likes anybody. Well, she likes her, but as a friend. But anyway, so she says something in a thick accent. She decrypts it for him, and they all hang out. I really enjoyed the show. It's kind of weird because this show kind of just feels like an ad for Okinawa, and where this show just kind of feels like an ad at where how do I explain it? This show feels as if it's trying to promote tourism to Okinawa to foreigners, or even to just Japanese people in general. Like there was this one cool thing that I thought that I found out in one of his episodes that apparently, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently in Okinawa, they get Shonen Jump on Tuesday. So like mainland gets it Monday, and then Okinawa, because they're out, you know, in the sticks or whatever, they get their copy of Shonen Jump on Tuesday. And then he shows up to the island on Monday with the newest issue of Jump, and they're like, hey, what is that? And he's like, oh, this is the newest issue of Jump. And then the kids were like, no, it's not. Everybody knows that Shonen Jump comes out on out on Tuesdays. And then he was like, and then this girl shows up and she's like, actually on the mainland they get it on Monday. And then they do the whole little tidbit where they showed the little chibi lion dude where it's like, fun fact, in Okinawa they get their copy of Shonen Jump on Tuesdays because you know, they live on a separated island from the mainland or whatever. But yeah, I've been really enjoying the show. But I feel like if you don't really give a shit about a slice of life / like rom-com, I feel like it's more slice of life / rom-com, more so than rom-com. But A, if you don't give a shit about that, and B, you don't really give a shit about, like, I guess, Japanese culture in a sense, then you won't really care about, like, this show that basically just, like, it feels like a giant ad for Okinawa. Like, tourism to Okinawa. But I've been enjoying the show. It's most definitely an ad, but a damn well hidden one. Yeah, I can agree with that. This show is dog shit. I don't know how the fuck this show has a 6. This show's like at a 4. This show's like a 4, maybe a 5. This is probably the worst show of this season. I know I said that earlier about one show, but like this show is hands down the worst show this season. This is like hands down. So you have this guy who basically can just do everything. You have this girl who's like the princess or like the queen of her country. And then she ends up simping for this guy. These two girls become his slaves / like familiars. Willingly, of course. Because like when he forms a contract with them and it makes them his familiars, they can get power boosts, so she gets like more powerful magic and she gets like faster or some shit. This is a fairy who, when he made a contract with her, she evolved into an elf. Apparently, this is a werewolf that when he made a contract with her, she turned into an anime girl. This character was like a giant troll or some shit like that, and then he just turned into a guy. But this is the most like power fantasy like bullshit ever. Like this show is genuinely awful. This anime has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. It is legitimately just introduce a thing at where legitimately nobody in the world could stop this thing, but then he just snaps his fingers and then just does it. Like, don't get me wrong, the light novel is probably like decent, or if there's a manga, the manga is probably okay, but the anime is fucking awful. This show is like a 4 or a 5. Like, this show is not a 6. This is not 6 level. This show is a light novel that was adapted into a manga. It was later adapted into an anime. The manga, I know this because I read the entire manga, was canceled. But basically, you have this guy who has a shop skill at where, basically, if you could buy it on Amazon, he can buy it in the isekai world. And then you have this guy who, in the version that I read, this was called a forest cat, which I think sounds more like heroic or stoic, you know, the forest cat, the great forest cat. But like in the English subs, they just call it a bobcat, which I think is kind of dumb. But to me, this is the forest cat. You have a forest cat, which like the beastkin or whatever, or specifically the cat beastkin worship as like a god or like a demigod, like the god of the forest or whatever. that you had the cat people who worship the forest cat, or the bobcat as the English subs call it. And so these two like him, or at least respect him, because they're like, oh, like the forest cat is chill with you, that means you're a chill guy. You have this girl who is basically his adopted daughter. He saves her in like episode 3 or 4 or some shit like that. You have this girl who is his wife. Dude, I don't know what just happened. I just heard like a giant thud from outside. It sounds like someone just like slammed something into my out. When I say outside, like the wall of my place, not like inside, but outside. Like someone was beating on my wall outside my place. I don't know what that was. That was weird. But anyway, so this is like his wife. This girl digs him. This girl is just basically his like hired muscle, but she's like down. She's DTF. I'm doing a bad job of explaining it, but I think the manga is very well paced. I haven't read the light novel, but I think the manga is very well paced, and it's a shame that the manga got canceled or canned. But there's still the light novel if you want to read the light novel after you finish the manga. And the anime does a decent job of pacing. But I will say, I forget what episode we're on right now, but we're on like episode 5, maybe 6. But and this next episode, this girl's gonna have some yandere energy, and I'm not gonna explain why, but this girl's gonna have some fucking yandere energy. So like, I'm just putting it out there. I don't know if the anime will adapt that yandere energy the same way the manga did, but like, there's gonna be some serious yandere energy in this next episode. So I think it's worth watching just for that. Have you watched a scene I've heard of Whisker Away? You watched it, and it was something to do with insecurity in cats. Let me look this up. That doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I have Whisker. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen this, but I have seen it while scrolling through Netflix. Like the girl becomes a cat or some shit like that. It's an anime movie, I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen it. But I have seen it while scrolling through Netflix. Girl turns into a cat? Yeah. So I haven't watched it, but I do know of this. I get this as 7. That's just me, but I think 6 is probably acceptable too. Unnamed Memory, I dropped to season 1. This show's bad. This show's really bad. 6, I would say this shit's like a 5. This show low key just feels like, how do I explain this show to people who haven't seen it? This show, like, I wouldn't say it's like hentai or whatever, but like it's ecchi as fuck. Does this even have the ecchi tag? It doesn't. How does this not have the... Okay, all I'm going to say is I personally want to put the... Listen, let's meet in the middle. We'll take the ecchi tag off of Mushoku Tensei, but we'll put the ecchi tag on this. Let's like trade offer. Remove ecchi from Mushoku Tensei, but give it to this show. But anyway, so this show is like really bad, and I really do feel like this show was just made for. This show is just like the author's like self-insert. It feels like, and where like he's like, man, I'm just like an office guy. I go to work, and then when I come home, I just wish that I had like a girl failure, big titty anime girl ninja waiting for me when I got home. Like that's really what this show feels like. This show just feels like the author just loves girl failures, and so he made a show in which like his like insert character is just like is just loved by the girl failure. But nah, this anime is kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if you're not here for ridiculousness, I can't say you should watch this anime. Medalist, I'm not watching it. It's got a bunch of CG and shit. Magic Maker, This show, honestly, any other anime, I feel like would have just like done the whole like, oh, like there's no magic in this world. I'm gonna make magic, and it would be solved by episode 2, maybe episode 3. But we're 5 or 6 episodes deep, and he's like just now learning to kind of like wield magic. Like he's wearing these little gauntlet things right here. He's just now learned, kind of, not mastered or anything, but he's just now learned how to manipulate magic. And we're 5 or 6 episodes deep. So it's definitely more of a slow burn anime. But like if you are interested into like magic systems at all, I think this would be interesting for you, because like he's having to create a magic system from the ground up, because like nobody knows about magic in this world. So it's kind of interesting, but I definitely think it may be too slow for some people. Also, the art style, I feel like the art style is probably like a turn off for some people, because these are more like these are definitely kind of like lolly-esque characters designs. Six. I mean, I give it like a low 7, maybe a high 6. This show, don't watch this show. This show's just bad. This show's just bad. So this show is going for like a double satire. It's like a satire on like the isekai fantasy genre, and a satire on like the sentai, you know, power of friendship, you know, whatever genre. But I feel like the show would be better if like if it just picked one and didn't try and do both. All right, later, Julie. Because I feel like if they just played the isekai part straight, but like the sentai guy was just complete satire, or vice versa, and where the sentai guy was played straight, but the isekai world was just satire, I feel like it would work better. But because it's like double satire, they kind of cancel each other out, and the show's just kind of eh. But yeah, I don't know. If you like isekai, and I'd probably give this a 6, maybe a 5. If you like isekai and you like sentai, then maybe you'd enjoy this. But if you don't like either of those things, then you would definitely not like this show. This show, I feel like it was made for people who like isekai or like sentai / Power Rangers, but because it is a parody, it is a satire on the two genres. But I feel like if you're not a big sentai fan, or if you're not a big like isekai fan, this show's got nothing for you. This show, I dropped it. It was boring. I think this is based off of a game. I didn't really pay attention to this. Ishura's second season. I dropped this after 1 episode of the first season. I want to escape from princess lessons. 5. Thank you. I'm so glad this show got a 5, because this show, everything it does pisses me off. I'm so glad that show got a 5. This author does not understand how to write romance. I don't know if this is the issue with the anime or if it's an issue with the original work, but this author / anime producer, whatever you want to call, whose ever fault it is, they do not understand how to write romance, because there is nothing romantic about this scenario at all. Because she wants something to do with him. He's infatuated with her. She was cheating on her with him, or he was cheating on her with her. That's her brother, the red-haired girl's brother. And it just feels like nobody's on her side. This is just like Stockholm Syndrome, the anime, and where it feels like they're just gonna keep her imprisoned long enough until she starts to develop feelings for him, but it won't be like genuine romance, and it'll just 100% be Stockholm Syndrome. This anime, I dropped it. I really didn't like this anime, and I think the score reflects that. This anime, I dropped it. It was kind of an interesting plot, sort of like a parallel world, you know, what's it called? It's like set in a hotel that's in limbo, that's kind of between worlds of like the living world, the world of the living and the dead. It's kind of in limbo, and it's kind of like a mystery type anime where they help people figure out like you know, why they died or how they died. Just kind of resolve their issues, that, you know, the reasons why you would end up in limbo in the first place, to move on. Kind of like, I guess, a less interesting Angel Beats. If you guys even remember what Angel Beats is, that's kind of what this is. This show, not watching it. This show, dropped out of the one episode, not watching it. This show, I don't really have anything to say about this anime. I put it on in the background, and that's about all I can say about it. I put it on in the background while I'm reading manga, and every now and then it's funny, but it's just mainly girl learns to play golf. I don't know why this is. I've said it on several occasions. I'm not a huge sports anime fan. I don't really like sports animes, but there's something about golf that I can watch a sports anime about golf, and I think it's entirely the fault of Birdie Wing. Yeah, yeah, Momiji, you know me too well. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's just Birdie Wing. So I think Birdie Wing sold me on the idea of golf sports animes, but besides that, I don't really care. Like, I was never really a huge fan of Haikyuu. I didn't really care about whatever that basketball anime was called. I forget what it was called. But sports animes don't really do anything for me. Probably because I don't really care about sports. But golf, I'll at least give a golf sports anime a chance. Not watching this. No. Also, like I mentioned this before, this isn't an anime. These are like little vignettes, like little YouTube shorts, if you will. Like, I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says 4 minutes right here. Each episode is 4 minutes long, and they're not animated. They're kind of like slightly moving picture books. Like, I already know anime has this whole gimmick or gag where, oh, it's just, you know, anime isn't, it's called anime because it's not actually animated. That's why they don't call it animation. They call it anime because they kind of just like slide the images around sometimes, or just like still frames. But this is literal still frames. This is not anime. This is just like a, what are those called? They're really popular in Japan. What are they called? They're audio diaries, or I forget the word. Audio operas or something like that. That's basically what this is. I forget the word, but like Momiji probably knows what I'm talking about. CD dramas. Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's the word. This is basically just like a CD drama, but broken up into 4-minute bite-sized pieces. Okay, not watching this. No. But yeah. Oh yeah, and then we have ReZero, which is back. I've been enjoying it, but like I'll be honest with you, like I'm gonna need to watch like a YouTube video explaining after I finish this season of ReZero. I'm gonna need to watch a. Well, I don't know if you know this, but like, I mean, you probably do. My Hero Academia also had a CD drama before it came out. And fun fact, the voice for Izuku Midoriya in the Japanese dub, he actually did the voice for the CD drama. They did? Yeah. Before it became an anime, they did a CD drama for My Hero Academia. Or it might have been called something different. But basically, it was a CD drama. And then the voice actor for Izuku Midoriya, they actually kept him. And he became the official voice for Izuku in the anime. Yeah, ReZero Season 3, I've been enjoying it, but I'm definitely going to need somebody to explain it to me after I'm finished watching it. Blue Box. Blue Box is interesting. I definitely like this character more than this character, because basically they both like this guy. I'm not going to bother clicking on it. Like, he just looks like a generic, you know, anime dude. So, pink hair girl, she's childhood best friend. This girl is his senpai that he, like, admires and respects. I like her. She's okay. I hope he ends up with her. She will probably lose. Shangri-La Frontier. Dude, someone called this anime trash a while back. It was some anime YouTuber. probably Mother's Basement. He called this anime trash, and dude, I couldn't disagree more. This anime is like so self-aware and knows exactly what it is, and I respect it for that. It doesn't try to pretend to be something else. It is legitimately just a anime about people who love games. It was Mother's Basement, yeah. But this anime is not trash. Dude, this anime, this is gonna be a wild take. He complains a lot about it. I mean, that's his prerogative. Like, here's my thing. Like, I disagree with Mother's Basement on a lot of stuff. Like, usually sometimes he'll hit the nail on the head, but sometimes it feels like he's just completely off base. Almost every trash anime, he references it. Really? But no, I think Shangri-La Frontier, this may be controversial, but I think this is like better Sword Art Online. I don't think it's better than Alicization, because I think Alicization kind of took like all the pieces of Sword Art that like people liked and got rid of the parts that people didn't like. But I think this is just like a more refined version of Sword Art Online. Shangri-La Frontier. But I've been really enjoying this anime. Don Machi Season 5. All I'm gonna say about this season is I hope this character dies. This is the goddess, whatever her name, Freya, whatever her name is. I forget what her name is, but I hope she dies. And before someone says like, oh my goodness, isn't that a little bit harsh? Legitimately, I think it was Season 3. In Season 3, she killed a god. This god right here killed a god. Pushed her off of a giant tower, and then she fucking splatted on the ground. And then got beamed back up to heaven. So before you guys are like, isn't that a little bit harsh saying that you wish he was dead? Well, she literally killed somebody like 2 seasons ago. So shut the fuck up. And then when you find out what she did in this season. By the way, is it wrong to try and pick up girls in a dungeon, Leo? Dude, this show's been going on for 5 seasons. And it wasn't until the 5th season for a very short segment did he even try and pick up a girl in a dungeon. Bell has not ever once tried to pick up girls in a dungeon. I don't even know why. I don't even know why it's called that. All right, Feretta. I'm 3 seasons deep. I am watching this, but I don't recommend it. He literally doesn't. No, he doesn't. But if you've seen the beginning of season 5, one person teaches, basically like this one character teaches him how to Riz, and he technically does for like 1 episode, but like it's like not expanded upon at all. But there's like 1 episode in season 5 where this guy forcefully teaches him how to Riz, and like he technically picks up some girls, but we're 5 seasons deep before that name even fucking means anything. I'm not watching this. I dropped this at the 1 episode. Dragon Ball Daima. It's okay. So I'm not gonna give a long-winded explanation to this show. I'm not gonna give a long-winded explanation to the show. All I'm gonna say is this: Goku is Goku. Supreme Kai. He just gets a lot of retcon stuff. This is like the most interesting character in the entire show, and there's like a fat guy who's pretty funny, who's like he's like her race or whatever, and he's kind of funny. But besides like the fat guy and this girl, I think all the other characters are kind of like blah. Like, cause here's my thing, Bulma's in the show, and Bulma's whole thing is like she's like good with machines, but this character right here is basically just Bulma because she's also good with machines. So, like, there's legitimately no, like, Bulma, I feel so bad for people who like Bulma as a character, because Bulma legitimately does nothing in this show. She legitimately does nothing in this show, because this character is basically just better Bulma. And before people get fucking their pitchforks, what I mean by better Bulma is she's better Bulma in the sense that this character knows way more about the demon world than Bulma does. This character knows way more about demon technology than Bulma does. So while Bulma could probably figure out the demon tech, most definitely she could. Like, This character just does everything that Bulma does, but better in this setting. So there's no reason for Bulma to be here. And in fact, I don't recall one thing Bulma has done this entire fucking show. Well, ever since they got to the Demon World, at least. She did stuff before they went to Demon World, but ever since they got to Demon World, Bulma has done nothing. She has done nothing. Piccolo has done nothing. Vegeta has done like 2 things. But this show is basically just all like the cast of Daima is way too cluttered. Daima, I'm so sorry, I don't like it. It's GT again, but unlike GT, where it has its charm, since it's non-canon, this isn't even that. Dude, this show's non-canon. Mark my words, Daima will get retconned eventually and just be like, nah, this shit wasn't canon. No, I'll bitch about Daima later. No, I'll spoil this. Because this was trending. Vegeta in this show, at some point, goes Super Saiyan 3. And then in the most recent episode of Daima, Goku goes Super Saiyan 3. And I'm like, motherfucker, that's not even impressive. Vegeta just ass-pulled that like 2 episodes ago. And now you want me to be impressed that Goku, the person who invented / discovered Super Saiyan 3, goes Super Saiyan 3? You're fucking crazy. You want me to be impressed that Goku did it when Vegeta, who has never in the history of Dragon Ball been able to go Super Saiyan 3 or had any desire to go Super Saiyan 3 or has been shown to be able to go Super Saiyan 3 has done it? Because he didn't do it at all during Z or during the Majin Buu saga because he never had time to learn it, okay? And this show takes place pretty much right after Dragon Ball Z ends and they defeat Majin Buu. It takes place like right after or maybe like a month tops, okay? And then in Super, Vegeta never went Super Saiyan 3 in all of Super. And that's always been like a Goku thing, and it's never been stated that Vegeta can go Super Saiyan 3, but then all of a sudden in Daima, Vegeta just does an ass pull and goes Super Saiyan 3? I'm sorry. I can't. He could do it in the games, but wasn't that their selling point? I mean, the games are canon, you know what I mean? If Vegeta could randomly, like take Xenoverse, for example. Like, half of Xenoverse is just like what if scenarios, you know what I mean? This show just keeps getting postponed. I don't know what's going on with Silverlink Studios or Studio Palette, but this show just keeps getting delayed. This show came out like 3 seasons ago, and they're still trying to get this 12 episode season to show. It's kind of crazy. So I can't speak to every single Dragon Ball game because like I can't remember every single thing every single Dragon Ball game's ever done, but like all I know is like as far as Vegeta goes, Vegeta has never been able to canonically go Super Saiyan 3. This show, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna spoil a little bit of the show. So basically, here's the plot of the show. These 3 sisters are now pseudo quasi engaged to this one guy. Okay, and this one guy has to eventually choose one of these 3 sisters to marry in a semi-arranged marriage. And there's no magic in this show. It's like 100% like set like in our world pretty much. There's no magic. Nobody has special powers. Nothing. And this episode is 18 or 19 episodes deep. And then the most recent episode, this guy and this girl randomly swap bodies. And I just thought to myself, like, did we just completely lose the plot? Did we just completely lose the plot to this goddamn show? Never in the last almost 20 episodes has it ever been stated that there's magic in this world, that there's anything supernatural going on in this world, and it's pretty much just been like basic milk, water, bare bones, fucking earth. And then all of a sudden, in the most recent episode, these 2 swap bodies. Like, where the fuck did that come from? It, like, honestly, I feel like I could like vicariously. I feel like I could astral project back in time to when this decision was made, and where this author was probably like, this mangaka was probably like in his office or like in the office of the manga studio, and his editor was like, listen, man, you gotta spice this story up real quick, like slice of life, you know, rom-com. It's been done 1,000 times. You gotta do something. And it's like, But like, what can I do? There's no magic in this world. Like, there's like it's just like what do you want me to do? Is like, what if one of the girl characters and the main guy, they swap bodies? It's like, but how would that work? There's no magic in this world. It's literally just Earth. And there's like, I'm sure you'll figure something out. Like this legitimately felt like a Hail Mary by like the author or something like that to just like try and bring people to like read his manga or whatever. Because it legitimately came out of nowhere. Anything else I've been watching? Nope. But yeah, that's yeah. This is all that I've watched this season. I'm watching this. You have to watch this. If you like a good satirical anime, watch this. But if you don't like satire and you don't like harem, don't watch this. Even though I really, really do recommend this. I'm hate watching this. This fell off. This is like, you know, this is like trash, but like it's like a guilty pleasure watch. You know what I mean? This low key, I feel like this is a sleeper pick. I don't like this. So I wouldn't recommend watching it. This trash, but like if you enjoy bad stuff, you'll enjoy this. I dropped this. This is boring. Honestly, this show is boring too. The manga wasn't that bad, but like, nah, I wouldn't. If you like isekai, you could probably watch this, but I wouldn't recommend watching this. I feel like it's a bit too slow for people. This show is 100% dog shit. So probably don't watch this. Like, it's not even bad in a good way. It's just bad. This is bad in a good way though. This is really, really, really bad. But it could be so bad it's good. This is hentai. I'd soft recommend this. I recommend this if you like otome isekais, but if you don't like otome isekais, don't watch this. This is boring, don't watch. This is boring, maybe watch. I feel like this is a sleeper pick of the season, but if you don't really care about Japan, like when I say Japan, if you don't care about niche Japan information, probably don't watch this. But if you're interested in that sort of thing and you also like romance, you'll probably like this. This is hands down the worst anime this season. This is fucking dog shit. I would watch it. I would recommend this anime just to show you how bad it is. This is like a fucking 4. This is not a 6. This is a 4. This is bad. This anime is bad. This anime is decent, but like it is just like a generic isekai or whatever. But I think the world building is kind of cool. I don't recommend this, but like this guy definitely has a type. This guy, like, if you like girl failures, you'll like this, but I wouldn't recommend watching this. Also, here's the thing. It says 24 episodes, but I think that's deceptive. I think it's 12 episodes that are each 12 minutes long. But, so, let me explain. So, the episodes are 12 minutes long, but they combine 2 episodes into one 24-minute episode. So it says 24 episodes, but it'll technically only be 12 episodes. If that made any sense. So it's 24 12-minute episodes or 12 24-minute episodes, depending on how you want to count it. Not watching this. This is kind of slow, but I'm enjoying the slow build of the magic system. This one's really bad. Probably don't watch this one. This was boring. Not watching this. I'm hate watching this. I don't watch this show because I'll watch it for you and tell you how much I hated it. Don't subject yourself to this. This anime is bad, and I hate it with a passion. And so let me watch it, and I'll tell you how much I hate it. I'll take the hate for you. Put me on the fucking anime cross chat. I will die for your fucking sins right now. Nobody watches anime. I'll watch it and then just fucking hate it for all of us. This was boring. This was eh. Didn't watch this. No. Eh. Really enjoying ReZero. Don't fully understand what's going on, but really enjoying it. Blue Box is good. Really enjoying Shangri-La Frontier. Don Machi. I've never been so angry watching something. I really hope that some characters die. Arifureta, trash. But like, I'm 3 seasons deep, so I gotta finish it. Daima. I really hate Daima, but I have my reasons. This anime, I'm determined will never come out. Mark my words, chat, this anime is never gonna fucking come out. Time to Not with the Amagami sisters. Honestly, this anime is really mediocre. It doesn't have much going for it besides the fact that like there's 3 heroines in here. You know what I mean? So everybody, it's kind of like quintessential quintuplets. And we're like, if the show was about one of the quintuplets, you wouldn't really care. But because there's 5 of them, there's a little bit of something for everybody. That's kind of what this show's doing. And where because there's 3 sisters, even if you don't give a shit about one sister, you can kind of make the excuse to be like, oh, well, even if I don't like the redhead, there's still the black-haired girl, or even if I don't like the black-haired girl, there's still the silver-haired girl. This 4th one right here is not a sister. Yeah, that's it. Okay. You still think the guild receptionist was poorly executed? Especially since the novels and the manga aren't bad. Like, okay, let me say this. When I say it's bad, I just mean like it's not like Lord of the Rings, or it's not like Attack on Titan. It's not this super well-developed, lore-rich world. It's just like your generic, very flat fantasy. You know what I mean? So I enjoy flat fantasy settings, you know, because it's just something, you know, you can turn on. You'd be like, okay, it's not too deep. You don't gotta connect like 40 different plot points, like say it was ReZero or whatever. You can just watch it and be like, okay, I know exactly what I just watched, you know. And I think that's fine. I'm enjoying this anime even, but like comparing it to the other animes, I think we can all admit that it's not of the same standard, you know. That's how I rate it. I forgot to mention this, but Zenshu fell off. Honestly, if you guys are watching it, I would say it's worth finishing. But if you guys have not started Zenshu, on behalf of all of you guys, I'll watch it and finish it and tell you if it's worth watching. Because this shit just feels like it was a interesting plot or an interesting idea. It just being stretched way too far. Like, instead of doing like 12, 23-minute episodes, what if we did like 6, 7, 8, or 6 to 8, 30 to 45-minute episodes or whatever? No, even then that'd be too much. No. Honestly, make this like 10 episodes, and I feel like you got something, or like make it 8 or 10 episodes, it's just regular 23 minutes, and maybe you got something. But it just feels like this world is just not developed enough to stay interesting for 12 episodes. That's kind of how I felt with the pig isekai, and where like I feel like the pig isekai show, it had a real interesting plot leading up to the big reveal, but after the big reveal, like I feel like the show didn't have a reason to exist. Like, speaking of the pig isekai, didn't that show have 24 episodes? Like, and then like, did the pig isekai get canceled? Because I remember them advertising it, saying it like had 24 or 23 episodes. And then they did the big reveal that explained like how he got isekai in the first place and stuff like that. In episode 12, 11 or 12. Did they cancel the pig isekai? Hold up. Because they never continued it. Light novel, manga. Yeah, only 12 episodes came out. I could have swore it was advertised as having a 24 episode season. Like first core 12, second core the other 12. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I feel like the Pig Isekai kind of on that boat where I feel like they could have had a very well self-contained 12 episode season of Pig Isekai, but then they did that fucking lore drop for like, you know, what they did at the end of Pig Isekai, and you're like, yeah, I'll be honest, I'm done. I don't care enough to I don't care. And that's kind of how I feel about Zenshu, where like Zenshu, it had an interesting plot. The animation looks really, really good, but like I feel like we're stretching it a bit too thin. I feel like it should be wrapping up in like an episode or two, but like it's got like 4 or 5 more episodes at this point, and I just don't know if I can fucking be bothered to care. But yeah, that's my episode rundown. Let's see, what all did we do today? We did the state of play. There's some cool games in here, but I feel like it's definitely a miss for some people. But like I feel like if you really like JRPGs and just like Japanese developed games in general, like I feel like this was a big hit. But I feel like if you're more of like an indie type of person or more like a chill, relaxed play person, then this is probably a resident sleeper for you. This Overwatch Spotlight, they're really mixing it up, but I will say this. It's going to be very interesting to see how the perks actually feel like it changes gameplay, because you only get 2. You get 1 minor, 1 major. And at the end of the day, I feel like after you've played like you know, say 30 hours, maybe 40, 50 at the most of this new update, it's just going to feel very stale and samey. So it would be very interesting if they do it kind of like how Marvel Rivals does it with the team abilities, and where each season has their own perks, which gives you a reason to go into the next season, because like next season your Iliari will have like say this season you have an Iliari where you get 2 pylons. That's your perk. But next season you get it where you get 1 pylon, but it's smaller and does like double healing or whatever. So, I don't know, some crazy shit like that. So I think to keep the game fresh, they're gonna need to like keep recycling or not recycling, but cycling the perks. So that's how I feel about that. But I feel like this is a step in the right direction. I still feel like Overwatch is just like a black mark on the community. Well, that's not the right words. I still feel like Overwatch has a negative feeling or a negative connotation in the Overwatch community. Like, I feel like people still don't fully trust the dev team because of all the times they've been betrayed and fucked over by the dev team. You know, say like with PvE and like 5v5, 6v6, all that shit. I still feel like the Overwatch development team, Team 4, has a lot that they need to do to get back in the good graces of their community. But I will say this. It feels like this is a step in the right direction. But I've been burned in the past, and I know that typically the way this goes is kind of like this. They try, like, here's a perfect example. The team will be like, hey, we heard you. We're gonna, from this point forward, we're gonna be more transparent. And then they're super transparent for like a month, and then they disappear for 2 or 3 months. And they say, hey, I know we kind of like ghosted you, but from this point forward, we're gonna start being more transparent. And then they are more transparent. You know, they give us a lot of information that we asked for, and then they ghost us for 2 or 3 months. And I just hope this isn't one of those things where it's like, okay, here's a big update. Now we're gonna disappear for like an entire year, and then we're gonna secretly be cooking up stuff, but it's gonna look like it's a dead game to everybody else. I hope we're not going back and forth into that situation. And then finally this, I don't know. I feel like this season's been pretty good for anime. It's not an amazing season, but then again, it's the winter season. It's usually spring and summer where we get like, wait, is this, oh my god, we're getting season 2 of I Spent 30 Years Killing Slimes? I'm just glancing at, oh, the My Hero Vigilante spinoff. Wait, season 2 of this? Damn. I'm just looking, shit. I'm just looking. Beginning after the end, I heard that's like really, really good. It's like up there with solo leveling. as far as people's respect for it. I thought that was Komi-san. I read the manga for this. This is pretty good. Spring seems like it's a little front heavy, like towards the top, but it seems like it's got some real fucking sleepers at the bottom. And then summer's probably where it's all the good shit's gonna be at. Yeah, Kaiju number 8. Rent a Girlfriend season 4. Dandadan season 2, fucking based. Yo, season 2 of Reincarnated as the Seventh Prince. I'm gonna watch that. That's gonna be funny. Season 2 of Sakamoto Days. There's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless I'm interested. You've caught my attention. Wait, holy shit, that's it? So spring's kind of front-loaded, and then summer doesn't really have anything. We have Kaiju, Dan, Rent, 7th, Sakamoto. I'm trying to point out the ones that like I recognize. That's really about it. Oh, solo camping for 2. No, I'm thinking of Yuri Camp. Never mind. Or whatever the fuck that show was called. Okay, so it looks like spring has way more shit than summer does, unless summer just hasn't been fully announced yet, because that's nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 3, 27, 28, 20. So like 29 animes as opposed to spring's like, what is this, like fucking 50? Holy shit. Anyway. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know this was a lot more of like a weird stream. Am I gonna play Night Rain? Let me look that up real quick. Night Rain. Oh, Elden Ring Night Ring? I don't know yet. I don't know. I need to know. I need to know more about it because A, it's Elden Ring, and so that's cool. But B, it's not made by, you know, like the same director. You know what I mean? I need to know more about it before I commit to it or not. I feel like we all need to know more about it before we fully commit to Night Rain. The gameplay's been released? Wait, it has? I'll check that out later. I didn't know that we got a gameplay trailer. When did we get a gameplay trailer for Night Rain? When's the Moth Meta stream gonna be? I'll tell you what. We can play Moth Meta tomorrow. Momiji, look it up. And if Moth Meta is still in Overwatch tomorrow, then we'll play Overwatch tomorrow. But if not, then I don't care. Oh, they gave beta keys to profile streamers. Okay, gotcha. I don't know. I'm still undecided on Night Rain. I don't know enough about it. It should? Okay, then we'll probably do Overwatch tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. Post a video or something like that in the Discord, and I'll look at it later, and I'll give you a better definitive answer. I guess after that. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for hanging out, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Ugh, I don't think I'll read out. I think I'll just call it here. Ooh.